reportedly spent at least 6 trillion naira on security without making much headway in the last decade. In 2015, Nigeria's gross military spending was $2.07 billion, which was a 12.39% decline from 2014. 2018 witnessed a 26.02% increase with an estimate of 2.04 billion. The defense budget in 2019, however, saw a significant 8.95% drop with an estimate of $1.8 billion and an estimate of 1.2 billion in 2020. A benchmarking and market report shows that Nigeria currently controls $285.8 million of the combined African domestic and international global businesses services subsector, estimated to be $15.1 billion and expected to grow to $19.8 billion by 2023. Workforce capacity through GBS, also known as business process outsourcing, ranges from 1,200 in Mozambique to over 261,000 workers in South Africa. In Nigeria, business process outsourcing is said to employ 16,540 people. According to the 2021 Africa Global Business Services Benchmarking and Market Report, conducted by Knowledge Executive between February and July, the monthly cost of a contact center agent in Africa can range from $546 to as little as $175 per month. The report claimed that the continent has an abundance of educated youths within its labor pool, with many equipped with multilingual proficiency in Arabic, English, French, Portuguese, and some German, Chinese, and Italian expertise in some instances. It observed that these workforces also have high levels of empathy and emotional intelligence. Annual report from at least 10 Nigerian banks showed they made 265.96 billion naira from account maintenance and electronic banking fees in 2020. Data from the annual reports showed that the banks made 79.55 billion naira from account maintenance fees and 186.41 billion naira from electronic banking fees. The value of Nigeria's green bonds market is hit $136 million within 3 years, with 4 issuances recorded since the debut issuance by the federal government. In 2017, the NGX collaborated with the Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders to launch the first climate bond initiative certified sovereign bond valued at 10.69 billion naira. According to the Nigerian Exchange Limited, NGX, the issuances and listings include the 10.69 billion naira 13.48% 5-year sovereign green bond issued in 2017 by the federal government of Nigeria, the 15 billion naira 15.5% 5-year fixed rate senior unsecured green bond, also 8.5 billion naira 15.6% 15-year guaranteed fixed rate senior green infrastructure bond by North South Power Company. The federal government and the Nigeria Arabian Gulf Chamber of Commerce have signed a memorandum of understanding to facilitate investment promotion, strengthen business relationships between Nigeria and Gulf countries, especially at the upcoming Expo 2020 in Dubai. During the ceremony in Abuja, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Richard Adebayo, said the partnership will further enhance dissemination of vital market information to boost business opportunities and funding of the upcoming Expo 2020 Dubai beginning from October 2021. The minister also stressed that the agreement would formalize a collaborative business relationship between the ministry and NAGCC, emphasizing that the chamber is self-funded and a bilateral trade association dedicated to the development of business relationships. On the foreign scene, the price of Bitcoin crashed to its lowest in nearly a month, falling from $52,000 to under $43,000 at one point. An opposition politician said the fall cost one of Latin America's poorest countries to lose $3 million. The rollout of Bitcoin in El Salvador was far from what President Nayib Bukele would have envisaged when he began his bold experiment. The government has even given Salvadorans $30 each of Bitcoin to encourage its adoption. It says Bitcoin could save the country $400 million a year in transaction fees on funds sent from abroad. And that concludes the news update at 1 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands on a regular with soap on the running water. Alternatively, have with you at all times alcohol-based hand sanitizers, or avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good afternoon. I am Kalada Korubatabo. Thank you for listening and stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered in this all-new program, Business Today, every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today, every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
On Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
All right, good afternoon to you. 9 minutes can pass the hour of 1 o'clock or 1 p.m. I don't know what I just said. 9 minutes can pass the hour of 1 p.m. Welcome. It's time for us to talk business. Yes, it's time for business today on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, your premium talk radio station. And we will focus our antenna on River State right about now. I am Khaled and I like to think of myself as the man of the people. Topic for today: the ease of doing business in River State. I heard on today's quest with Annie, the conversation at one point had to do with the economy. Whose fault is it? The way the economy currently is. But we're not going to do all of that. We're going to focus on ease of doing business in River State. And I will be having a guest via the telephone. I will be calling him shortly so he can join the conversation. But I will go into the introductory part of the show right about now. Now, according to statistics, Nigeria ranks 131 in the World Bank ease of doing business ranking. 131. At some point, it was celebrated because Nigeria moved up the ladder a little bit. Nigeria moved up the ladder a little bit. So, there were celebrations in certain parts of Nigeria. The federal government was saying, it's a good one, it's a great achievement. It means that we're getting something right. However, in the month of June, there was a ranking released in Nigeria that showed how the states, the 36 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, were doing in terms of the ease of doing business in Nigeria. Now, the truth is, Nigeria can only rank better when compared with other nations if all hands are on deck and all hands are doing what they have to do to make sure that the economy thrives and thrives very well. You would agree with me that it is not just the federal government that should carry the responsibility of giving us a good and vibrant economy. The state governors have a role to play. That being said, according to statistics, Rivers State ranks joint 11th position with Imo State in terms of ease of doing business. The indexes that were used were infrastructure and security on one side, on one category. They used okay, I'm trying to get the indices. Just give me a minute. They used infrastructure and security on one. On another side, they use regulatory environment on another category, and the final category was skills workforce readiness. Now, under each of these categories, it was broken down further into sub-units. Under infrastructure and security, it was broken down into electricity, transportation, primary health care, and security. Under transparency and accessibility to information, it was broken down into two subcategories: investment promotion and state information structures. Under regulatory environment, there were four subcategories. We're talking about paying taxes, starting a business, enforcing contracts, and land property acquisition and development. Under the skills workforce readiness, it had to measure technical and professional skills in the states. And River State ranks number 11, joint 11th with Imo State. Now, number 1 is Gombe, number 2 Sokoto, number 3 Jigawa, number 4 Bauchi, number 5 Akwa Ibom, number 6 Kebbi, number 7 Anambra, number 8 Ondo, number 9 Katsina, number 10 Bayelsa, number 11 Imo, number 12 Rivers. And yes, that is that Rivers joint 11th with Imo State. So I will be calling Eugene Abels, who is a public affairs analyst, and together we will be looking at River State, and we will be wondering if this data is a true reflection of what is happening in the state. Have you seen a situation where there is not so much ease in doing business in the state? I mean, the last time we talked about ease of doing business, we mentioned matching ground, remember, and a lot of people called in and talked about how double taxation is, stifling small businesses from growing into bigger businesses and all of that. However, I should let you know that this statistics was drawn up by the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, chaired by Vice President Professor Yemi Oshibajo, and it worked with the Nigerian Governors Forum. It worked with the NEC Secretariat. It worked with the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and other private sector representatives. All right, so that being said, I'm going to reach out now to Eugene Abels on the phone. But hey, while I'm doing that, I want you to start thinking. You do business in River State. You live in River State. You're probably working for a company in River State. You know people who are doing business in River State. Do you really think, it's very easy doing business in the state, really? I'd like to hear from you. But if you say no, till next, you encounter. I'm going to allow you to think about that while I still try to connect with Eugene Abels as we try to see how we can have this conversation and talk for economic development. All right, I'm finding it difficult to get through to Eugene Bells, possibly a network error or network problems and all of it. But then again, I will open the phone lines while I still try to establish connection with Eugene Bells and put in the right infrastructure for businesses to thrive. For instance, do we have steady power supply in River State? I know some would say, oh, it's not really in the power of the state government because, power distribution has got to come from, above and all of it. But then again, what about power generation? What can we do? Should we be building gas plants? Should we be making solar sources of electricity or power now available to residents in River State? These are some of the issues. Also looking at transportation. Do we have ease when it comes to transportation? Do we have enough roads? Do we have... some would say, oh, yes, that's what the governor has been trying to do with the expansion of roads, with the bill drivers and all of that, trying to reduce traffic congestion in some parts of the state. But do you think, that is enough? And that's the question you would probably answer on the show. Also, there is the talk about primary health care. And we can boast of relative peace in River State. But how does that reflect, when it comes to ease of doing business? Remember, not too long ago, we talked about the matching grant incident where people, tell you that before you can do business here, you have to pay a certain amount of money, you have to pay fees, you have to pay this, you have to pay that. Sometimes you pay to local government, you pay to state government, double taxation here and there. These are the issues. But then again, security, I think we just mentioned security, but primary health care is something that we need to look into. Primary health care. Do we have a top-notch primary health care in River State? Looking at the communities, the various communities in the state, in the 23 local government areas, can we beat our chest and say, oh, we're doing very well when it comes to primary health care? So we would also move on to, the regulatory environment. Of course, it breaks into subcategories like paying taxes, starting a business, enforcing contracts, and land property acquisition and development. For land property acquisition and development, I think we're not doing badly. we're trying, we're thriving. I mean, we have real estate companies almost everywhere, although we still have issues of communities dragging, oh, this is our land, that is our land. But apart from those little issues, I want to think that land property acquisition and development is something that is beginning to boom in River State. It's beginning to become lucrative in River State. For starting a business, there are still bottlenecks here and there. You know, like I said, for new businesses, maybe the government of River State should begin to look at economic policies that would allow them thrive. Maybe reducing the amount of taxes they have to pay, maybe even allowing them to go tax-free, you know, in some situations until they reach a particular threshold, something like that. Recently, the River State government won, you know, a landmark case in court saying that the River State is the one that should be taking VAT, and that will add to the revenue of the state. But then again, how effective is the collection of taxation in River State? Do you pay your taxes? You know, these are some of the issues because, I mean, if you pay your taxes, then you would help development, right? But then again, there's also the issue of double taxation and too many taxations. You know, we have different kinds of taxations, and we don't want to see a situation where businesses are overburdened with the different kinds of taxations. I think that also was part of the measure that was looked at while looking at the ease of doing business. Electricity. Did we touch that? We said that's for the federal government, right? I think we did. All right. So moving on to skills workforce. And there is the narrative that in this part of the world, everyone is waiting to share the profits generated from oil exploration. You know, the communities are waiting, the youths are waiting, and if they're not waiting for oil, they are waiting for politicians. And a lot of people have argued that maybe a lot of them, a lot of young people in River State are not willing to work. Do you agree with that narrative? I would like to hear from you as well. What other category did I miss? Transparency and accessibility to information. You know, for someone to come and do business in your area, for a big company to want to come and do business in your area, the big company would want to look at how transparent the government is. In terms of financial, budgetary, you know, corruption, how transparent is the government? Because you don't want to go and put your business in a place where, you know, shady things happen, and, you know, in case you need to go to the courts or you need the law to take its rightful place, it cannot, and then you lose your money because of all the shady things happening in that state. All right, so I'm going to try reaching out to Eugene Abels one more time, but I'll still open the phone lines, and I would allow you to air your views on the issue, on the review, and you get to tell me what you think, what you believe is the current situation when we talk ease of doing business in River State. The numbers to call 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. Your text messages to the number 0701-933-9962. All right, finally. right, I was trying to reach out to Eugenie Bells one more time, but apparently we cannot seem to get through. So I'm going to make do with what I have and open the phone lines right about now and allow you to air your views on the issue that we are talking about. We are talking about ease of doing business in River State. And, I mentioned there are about 4 categories. One, infrastructure and security. The other one is information accessibility and, of course, transparency. The other one is a skilled workforce. And there's the fourth one. I'm trying to remember what the fourth one is. Let me check yet again the statistic. The fourth one is regulatory environment. And all of these, have subcategories. And we mentioned it and we said, how have we fared in terms of, these measurements? You doing business in River State, what are some of the bottlenecks? What are some of the things that stifle you, that suffocate your businesses and does not allow the business or the businesses to grow into the kind of business you want it to be, into that big company that you want it to become? Once again, the numbers to call into the studio with are 0817 000 0951 and 0810951091. Text messages to the number 0701 933 9962. All right, first caller, 95.1 FM. What's your name?
My name is Daniel.
All right, Daniel, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
For me, one of the areas which is important, I completely believe that the state government can do something about it. The issue of power. Hello?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
You can generate your own power. I think under the previous administration, we see a lot of substation building that is a state policy. And there are transformers from the state government you can. But those places are no longer there. Some of those stations need from the state government to function better. And I don't think the River State government really have so much input on it. So you can see whereby that you can have more power in River State. That is one of the big challenges for some of us that are under production. Then another area is spouting. Spouting in River State, sometimes these individuals that are being sent by the state government, some of them are really doing the job above or beyond what they were sent to do. It is some personal interest. When you talk about spouting, for example, the people they say they were task force men that are holding motor, you may leave the company with your vehicle, which is probably Hilos, only to park in a place that is supposed to park. You will be caught, or maybe being embarrassed, or maybe being in a seat, and sent to one of these their parking areas. And when they were building this Transamadi road, I need to say something please because of me. When they were building this road, there are these questions we asked them over some of us here when they were doing the walkway. They make it clear to us that the road is being designed by three moving vehicles, which is one speed lane, one low lane, and one park lane. Why on earth do we supposed to park our vehicle on a park lane and some of these task force will hold our vehicle? Why should it be so? Does it mean that they didn't know that on the Ministry of Work that part of the road is being park lane? It was marked to park your car there. And when you park, they will hold the company and the company begin to run around. It's not good for business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for calling in. Keep your calls coming in. 0817 000 0951 and 0810 951 0951. Send in your text messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Let's get to have that conversation. We're looking at the ease of doing business in River State, and I want to get your views on the issue on the review. What do you think about it? How easy do you think it is doing business? What are some of the difficulties you have to encounter while you do your business in various state? I like to hear from you. I really do like to hear from you. 0817 0951 and 0810 text messages to the number 0701 I need you to understand something now, yeah? I was hoping that, you know, Eugene will have given us some expertise, knowledge in this very one. But I'm going to do my best with the layman knowledge that I have in this. Now, like I said earlier, for a society to blossom, I'm talking about now the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for it to blossom, you need to understand that all hands must be on deck. The 36 states must come together. Each state must, be up and doing productive as much as it can to contribute to the collective economic growth of Nigeria. Now, I'll give you an instance. You see, the recent controversy that the VAT, who should take VAT conversation as course, where you see some of the northern states come out to say, okay, we don't want to collect VAT just yet. We want the federal government to continue to collect VAT on our behalf. And it's all because they are not producing. It's all because Nigerian states are used to the, what do they call it now, feeding bottle approach or being spoon-fed. And so, at the end of the month, everybody runs to a budget, collect allocation or allowances or pocket money, whatever you call it, and come back to your state and share amongst yourself, loot it if you want, and everybody goes home happy and laughing. And then the next month, we do the same thing all over again. And so that is one of the problems that we have in Nigeria, and that's why Nigeria, irrespective of the many natural resources that we have, the abundance of natural resources, we still find it very, very difficult to develop to the heights where we are respected by the rest of the world. And that's why we're focusing on River State, because you and I live in River State. We do business in River State. We, whatever you want to call it, we are somewhat connected to River State. And then we're looking at the measures or the measurements from, this data, this statistics. And at the same time, we're putting it side by side with what we have experienced as residents and people from River State. Do you think, and this is not about blaming the River State government or any other government, this is about looking at how we can improve the economic situation in River State. Now, the data did show that there are measurements or indices by which, the measurements were taken. They talked about infrastructure and security. They talked about information, accessibility, and transparency. They talked about regulation, something of that nature. Yeah, it had to do with taxes and the rest. They also talked about skills, the skill set of the individuals in that region. You're looking at all of these issues or all of these indices. Do you think River State should be ranking top? If you don't think so, what can we do? Surprisingly, Lagos is ranked number 20. Is it number 19? I think number 19. Surprisingly, they're ranked number 19. And when you look at it, transportation in Lagos is one major challenge. Electricity, I mean, you know what Nigeria is like. Security, yeah, they're doing very well. In terms of skill sets, yeah, maybe to an extent. In terms of infrastructure, because of how choked up Lagos is, in terms of infrastructure, they did rank poorly. Looking at which other sector, about transparency, they did rank very high because Lagos can be very transparent about how they're spending their money, how they're getting their money, the budgets, and all of it. Talking about taxation, Lagos does not really do double taxation. They have a system, one system of taxation, I want to believe, and they have a way of harmonizing it so everybody goes home happy and everybody doesn't get to pay too much tax or too many taxes to stifle the growth of businesses and all of it. So basically, what I want to think keeps Lagos up there should be taxes, because when you look at the internally generated revenue, Lagos ranks number one, and I want to believe it should be as a result of the taxation. Like I said, it's not double taxation, in my opinion. I stand to be corrected. But they have a lot of companies, they have a lot of industries, they have a lot of people manufacturing in Lagos because of its proximity to the ports, and so they generate money. But apart from this, I mean, what else? What else, really? Let's bring it to River State now. Do you really think, in your opinion, we're doing greatly? I'd like to hear from you. Back to the phone lines, 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Man of the people.
David, welcome.
Yes. Are we doing great? No. Are we making steps towards doing great? No. Have we realized we are not doing great? Yes. Is there any positive steps we are making to correct the narrative? I would say there is much talk but less work. And when we talk about harmonization of taxes, taxation collection, and taking out the middleman, that is the agency who takes these taxes on behalf of government. Government have only said that as a matter of policy that they have banned this agency, but this agency, in the true sense, do still exist, who form middlemen to collect taxes, and then they take triple, not even double, triple or quadruple taxation from business owners. And let's come to the SMEs, the small businesses. Let's look at the transportation sector first. Those who do interstate transportation. I once took a commercial bus from what's it called? Wumokoro Junction. And when the thing was finished loading, and then someone just came and stretched his hand, and the conductor gave him 300 naira. I was just surprised. I said, where is this coming from? Now, that vehicle that was supposed to board from that Okumokoro to my state was supposed to take 100 naira, but he tried to take 150 from me. And now that really means that because they are now having to settle these persons who call themselves council members, and these persons set tickets to them, they set stickers to them on daily basis. And so who bears the brunt is we, the end consumers. So in that transportation sector, I think the government are aware of all this, but are they starting? But are they doing anything to resolve it or to take it out? The answer is no. Now let's come to there's one thing that the report did not say, which I think is very important: the ease of or quicker means of settling commercial disputes. That should be equally one of the yardsticks of determining states doing well with the ease of doing business, and that is why Lagos State, in that very aspect, ranks very high. The multi-door courthouse in Lagos State is doing pretty well because there is laudable legislation on it. Now, it is not all, most businesses, most commercial businesses don't like taking their matters to court because, number one, it robs of the integrity of that company, and number two, the delay equally brings uncertainty in the business environment. But when you have the arbitral agency like the multi-door courthouse, which stands to as an alternative dispute resolution, it is quicker, it is more private, and its mode of dispersing justice is more of being complementary, and it's a win-win situation for all parties. But in River State, we don't have that. The multi-door courthouse is just functioning in name and not in practice. And I can tell you for sure, as a lawyer, that it's not functioning in practice. And number two is the taxation tribunal in River State. Is it effective? The answer is it there? Yes. Is it effective? The answer is no. And that is because of the bottleneck we are having. We have too many tax masters in River State, and so with lesser laws, and there is no law harmonizing all taxes in River State. So when you have this very type of climate, and businesses are not certain when they have issues with your tax collection, and then they don't have any agency or judicial or adjudicatory agency to go to so as to get justice. It simply tells that your business climate is not that which is flourishing and setting for them to thrive. So they will always want to go to environments which such things are certain, which Lagos ranks very, very high, because the taxation tribunal is very effective. The multi-door courthouses for commercial settings of commercial disputes is very effective. And I can tell you for sure, as an associate of the Central Institute of Mediators and Arbitrators of Nigeria, I can tell you for sure that the laws concerning the River State conciliation law in River State here is a cake. It needs to be reformed. But as their suggestion makes another direction, yes, the institute has made suggestions to the State Assembly, but I think the State Assembly is not doing anything to reform that law because it is not an executive bill.
Right.
And I think once we begin to get these things right, we'll see. We don't know that many businesses are going out in droves in River State, and we think, because we have the right to collect VAT now, we can take this VAT collection now. Can we have an incentive in the VAT collection? VAT collection from the federal government is 7.5. What can we have a 6.5 or 5? Take it back to the 5% which it was before, so as to bring incentive so that businesses can now want to sell here in River State and want to come here and then establish themselves here in River State. If we do that, that is tax incentive. We are trying to lure the businesses to come here and then actually base, domicile, and prosper here. But when we don't have all this, security is not there, and the energy sector is dead. The energy sector does not prevent you as a state, and I've said this over and over again. The constitution does not prevent as a state to generate energy. What only prevents you is to now sell directly to the end user. What you simply do, you generate, you sell to the transmission company of Nigeria, which in turn now give it to the discos, and the discos distributes. You get your money. But when you don't generate, you don't make any alternative source of energy within your climate, and then you expect businesses that run on generator and diesel to always come back to you and give you VAT. You are simply placing the cat before the horse. And so when you do that, you are not actually progressing. We only have a ministry in River State called the Energy and Petroleum Industry Ministry, which led by Dr. Peter made a respectable economy. But the problem is that he only based in petroleum and then leaving the energy sector, because that is for the government, that is not the policy direction of this government.
All right, thank you very much for calling in. 95.1, if you lost that one, keep your calls coming in. Doing business in River State is never easy with commercial drivers because of the numerous payments they make to community touts, agbearers, police, and harassments. Amos Amigo from Elime. All right, keep your calls coming in. 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. Your text messages to the number 0701-933-9962. We're talking ease of doing business in River State. And I want to get a feel of what you are experiencing. I want to get a feel of what you're going through. How easy is it for you to do business in the state? 95.1fm, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Canada, my name is Engineer Joe. I'm calling you from Umola.
Engineer Joe, welcome.
Yes. You see, this topic, is very, very important. You know, it borders on the economic life of the people living in the states, especially River State. So here we are focusing in River State. Yeah. But you see the problem we're having. This feeding bottle economy. I did my youth service in the north. Do you know that? See, I don't even know what they generate there. I don't even know what they generate. You know that even where I stand, we don't take beer, we don't take anything alcohol. Even the one they brought me out, it was destroyed completely by this, what is it called? You know, what is it called? You know, but at the end of the day, because of the bottle economy, the profit from that is contracts that our own governor is awarding here. They take 7.5% of it and go and give to somebody in Kano. I enjoy my alcohol here, and then they collect 7.5% of it and can give somebody in Kano who has broken all the beer bottles. And somebody is here telling me that federal government should do this and that. See, Sept will begin to embrace fiscal federalism. People will not bring out their potential. States will not wear the cap and then fight and then bring out their potential. What they are doing there is that, when you are being fed, you will not do anything to better your life because already you feel that I have something at the end of the month, I'll just go there and collect. But when you do not have, then you begin to showcase your potential to make sure you better your life.
All right.
So for us in River State, I am happy with Governor Wike. He should implement that law to the fullest. The only advice I want to give him is that since it is 7%, 7.5%, he can reduce it to 6% or maybe 5.5% to encourage local investors, our own local investors here, so that people will come up and then develop the state economically.
All right.
You see, this idea of rushing to Abuja to share. Okay, imagine now, look at what you are saying. Somebody from Katsina saying, no, they're not going to collect on my behalf. Who has done that type of thing? Who has done that type of Canada? You have been giving money. There's somebody. You will not tell the person who is giving you the money, because not to give me. Don't allow me to collect it myself. There's no rationality behind that decision. It's completely irrational. I don't understand the way our people do things. I hate Governor Wike for that bullshit, and let him continue.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Keep your calls coming in. Oh my goodness! All right, it's seemingly a tough Wednesday for me. I mean, the show is not going as I planned it to be, but hey, we will make do with what we have, and of course, we're talking about the ease of doing business, and we're focusing on real estate. And the question is simple. In your own experience, I mean, are you a trader? Are you a commercial driver? Are you a small-scale entrepreneur? Are you a medium-scale entrepreneur? I mean, what do you do? What do you do? You do business in real estate? How easy is it for you? Looking at it from the angle of electricity, infrastructure, corruption, in terms of I mentioned security, right? In terms of in terms of security, in terms of skilled workforce, in terms of economic policies in the state. Really, how easy is it for you to do business in River State? 95.1 FM.
Canada.
Yes, who am I speaking?
My name is Abunike. I'm calling from Ahoda West.
Welcome.
Canada, the issue of this VAT collection, for me, we support the governor of River State for this one. No? Are you hearing me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, because we will support government for this one. We will support the government of River State. Very, 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 very well to do that, because we cannot continue with this feeding bottle system. That is what is crippling Nigeria today. We are in backward because we cannot do anything on our own. We cannot do anything on our own. We are depending on one source of every blessed month. Go to Abuja to go and collect. We cannot think of anything doing. That is why that is why most of our youth we are drawing that line. We are drawing that line because we depend everything on their own on somebody, because he cannot decide to do something on your own. You understand? For me, I support the government of River State for this. I'm really support of this.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for calling in. All right, keep your calls coming in on Facebook. Let's see what we have on Facebook there. On Facebook, I don't get what you're writing there on Facebook. I really don't see how those comments reflect what we're talking about. But keep your calls coming in 0817 0000951 and 08109510 your text messages to the number 0701-933-9962. We're talking doing business in River State. The ease of doing business in River State. How easy is it for you? I mean, looking at all the indices by which they measured the 36 states' ease of doing business, how easy is it for you to do business in River State? Looking at it from the angle of electricity, security, infrastructure, corruption, economic policies, skilled workforce. How easy? Are you a farmer? Are you a trader? Are you a fisherman? Whatever you run a small scale company, you run a medium scale company. Really, how easy is it for you to do business in the state? Are you harassed by thieves? Are you harassed by, what do they call them, tax collectors? Are you harassed by incessant power outages? Really, I'd like to know, how easy is it for you to run that business? And I mean, what are some of the bottlenecks, some of the difficulties, some of the challenges, some of the things that hold your businesses down? What do you think the government can do? I mean, government at all levels, the local government, the state government, the federal government. What do you think they can do to ensure that businesses thrive in River State, or it is easy for one to start up a business in River State? I mean, do we usually have the issue of, land controversies? When you start a business, you've already you bought the land, right? Or you rented the land, and next thing you're hearing somebody from the family say, no, due process was not followed, and next thing you're in court and you're fighting for the land that your business is on, when you've already paid money, and then of course the expenses in court, and the conversation you might have to pay, the lawyer fees and all of it. So really, I'd like to hear from you. How easy, how difficult, how would you rate your experience in terms of doing business in River State? I've got 4 minutes left on the clock. 0817 0000951 and 0810951091. Text messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Okay, I just go back and see if I've got any messages. Let's see, do I have any messages here? All right, this message is enough for me. They are not for me.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon, here's the news update at 2 on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kalada Kurubatubo. Pensioners in various states have staged a protest in Port Harcourt to demand the payment of their gratuities. Today FM's Uchendu Jawa reports that the pensioners, who are mainly retirees from 2015 till date, commenced their protest from the River State Secretariat complex and intended to march to the River State Government House before the Commissioner for Police Friday Ebuka intervened. Some of the aggrieved pensioners, including their coordinator Lucky Ati, told newsmen that they decided to protest against the River State government for allegedly denying them their pension arrears and gratuity since inception of this administration. The pensioners complained that their members are dying in numbers on a daily basis while their children are sent out to school. Addressing the protesters, the Commissioner of Police pleaded with them to suspend the protest and promised to convey their message to Governor Nyesom Wike for quick intervention. 2 years of imprisonment or a fine of 300,000 naira or both now awaits any spouse who forcefully evicts his or her partner from their matrimonial home. This is according to River State Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law passed by River State House of Assembly on the 10th of December 2020 and assented to by Governor Nyesom Wike. The law forbids the removal of a spouse from their homes without due process. A group known as Federation of International Female Lawyers, FIDA, highlighted the contents of the law during a sensitization campaign on the VAP law in Rumwakunde and in Butanwo communities in Emoa local government area. According to the state chairperson of FIDA, Inena Ibokwe, the law is for the protection of right of all persons and to stop all forms of violence and rancor amongst family members in the state, noting that under the VAP law, it is now a crime and harmful traditional practice to deny a woman inheritance in her family. Some of the participants who spoke at the event thanked the governor for signing the VAP bill into law and FIDA for their effort to ensure that stakeholders know their rights. Today FM's Uchendu Jawa reports that Human Rights Group also took their sensitization to Borokiri area of Port Harcourt Township in Port Harcourt City local government area of the state. The counsel for the Department of State Service, IAU, has told the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja that the case file relating to the fundamental human rights enforcement application filed by the aides to Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, was stolen by armed robbers. Awo told Justice Obiora Egwatu that his colleague who was to bring the case file to court had boarded a vehicle belonging to armed robbers commonly known as One Chance. According to him, his belongings, including the case file, were hijacked by the armed robbers. On the foreign scene, military leaders who seized power in Guinea have released about 80 prisoners ahead of the summit of the West African group ECOWAS. The leaders of the ECOWAS bloc are due to meet virtually today to discuss the Guinea coup and the political transition in Mali. The prisoners had been opponents of President Alpha Conde, who was ousted by special forces under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya. Doumbouya accused 83-year-old Conde of rampant corruption, human rights abuses, and mismanagement. Guinea is rich in natural resources, including bauxite, needed to make aluminium. And that concludes the news update at 2 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Alternatively, have with you at all times alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good afternoon. I am Kalada Gorubatubo. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You can never plan the future but the past. He who has a right to live can bear almost any out. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that counts. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one with bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
you
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double leverage. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
All right, good afternoon to you once again. 6 minutes gone past the hour of 2. It's time for us to have a conversation here on Today 95.1 FM. It's time for today's hustle. I am Kalada, and I like to think of myself as the man of the people. But before we delve into the conversation for today, maybe I should just let the cat out of the bag just yet. We want to talk about the police is your friend. But before we do that, I have a guest in the studio. I would allow him to introduce himself, and then we will kick up conversations from there. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
So let's get to meet you now, yeah? Your name?
My name, Martin Ikechukwu Ifeanacho, professor at the University of Port Harcourt, director of the Center for Peace and Security Studies.
So you are Martin's Ikechukwu
Ifeanacho.
Okay. And you are a professor in the University of Port Harcourt. What department?
Sociology.
All right. And you're also the director, Center for
Peace and Security Studies.
Interesting. So you're here to tell us about the Center for Peace and Security, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. So can we delve into that? What is the Center for Peace and Security all about?
Well, if you look at the Nigerian educational system today, the usual departments are unable to specialize in certain areas. So to make up for these shortfalls, we create centers of excellence to respond to challenges within the environment, global challenges. So these centers, for example, the Center for Peace and Security Studies focuses on peace, security, conflict resolution, management of conflict so that we can have development. And we have developed programs, academic programs. We conduct research. We partner with non-governmental organizations that are interested in peace and security, particularly around the Niger Delta. Nigeria as a country, West African zone, global peace issues, we talk about all that.
So I want to believe that the center has been doing a lot of research on the security situation that we have, particularly in the Niger Delta. I mean, we can focus on various State, because once in a while we hear pockets of violence, erupt in certain parts of the state. Can we say that the Center for Peace and Security, yes, has got research on these issues and also have solutions
we
readily available.
proactively react, conduct researches. We have journals that we publish periodically. We have seen training programs for all sorts of social categories, whether in the local governments, in the state, wherever. We also engage in academic programs. For example, we have recently the Senate of the University of Port Harcourt approved certificate program in peace and security studies. Now, this particular is a foundation course which can enable you get your promotion even in private security outfits, in the police, in the army, civil defense, or you have that basic qualification and you can now go on into year one proper in any of the faculty of social sciences, some departments in humanities and communication studies.
Interesting. So, but then again, they say application of knowledge is power. So, when we acquire knowledge, how we apply it really matters. Have we seen any synergy between the center and the River State government or any other government in the Niger Delta, for instance, in terms of tackling insecurity in the region?
Well, the center actually fully metamorphosed around March this year. Before, it was a center for gender and conflict studies.
Okay, I remember that. Yeah.
Now we've demerged so that we can squarely face security, which seems to be on the front burner of all issues right now, whether you're talking about the globe, Africa, or Nigeria in particular. So we have demerged and we are poised to respond to security challenges in form of research, academic activities, collaboration with the security forces in any way that we can.
All right. Are there what do you call it now? Plans, in the future to synergize with the state government or any other state government in the region so that we can see security improve in what do you call it? The state and the region, Niger Delta.
Definitely.
Interesting.
We are targeting the police.
Okay.
We are targeting the civil defense. We're targeting the army. We're targeting the navy, the naval outfit here. We have.
What about the vigilantes?
The vigilantes. At the time being, we are thinking about research on their activities to explain and then recommend ways they can be mainstreamed into main security outfits in the state.
So do we, recently the conversation has been community policing, and that's what gave birth or materialized into the vigilante system that we have today. Almost every street now has got a vigilante, not just in River State, in neighboring states as well. And that is to ensure that people from the community police their community, because only someone who's from the community can identify who the criminal, is or would be, right?
Yes.
So I'm thinking, this is me thinking, what if, there is, something to enhance the vigilante, not necessarily to make them part of mainstream security, but, while they are vigilantes, see how you can enhance their activities for proper security in their communities.
Good. That's exactly the kind of thing that we can be involved in.
All right.
If you're thinking about vigilante, we are thinking about information gathering.
All right.
Information management.
All right.
And how you can channel this information for effective security arrangements.
All right.
If we make these arrangements at the basis with these vigilante groups, they will make so much contribution to security, not just in terms of carrying arms and, operating like the police, but getting early signals, prevention techniques.
All right.
And that can help us in providing security all over the state.
All right.
We can do that. As I said, we are metamorphosing, not fully, but we are on ground to carry out researches in these areas. And that's why we are coming out to reach out to the public for those that are interested in partnering with us, those that are interested in having degrees such as executive masters, in criminology and police psychology. We have a program like that.
All right.
We have a PhD in peace and security studies. We have masters in peace and security studies. Aside short programs that we can organize for security outfits.
Okay, so when are this program starting? You talked about masters in criminology, something like that?
At the moment, we have about 19 students doing the PhD program.
But can
we
people
have
still
about
join?
Pardon?
You said you already have 19 people doing the program. Can people still join the PhD program? Yeah?
Yes, because the center is not the regular program. We can admit you anytime. Your one session begins to run from the date you registered with us.
All right.
We are going part virtual, part physical, so that your lectures are hardly disrupted.
All right.
So we are making full arrangements so that people who are already working can come to us and acquire their degrees. We're also thinking about international partnering with other universities, so that it's not just a Niger Delta conflict thing or peace thing. We want to go global. We want to look at international issues, the environment and security, all forms of insecurity, how they can be managed so they can have development.
All right. Okay. What are some of the programs again you want people to apply for and partner with you on?
Basically, we want to advertise our certificate program.
All right.
It's a very good option. Rather than sitting in the house and waiting to write JAMB again, you come into our certificate program. We give you quality lectures. While you're there, you write your JAMB. Once you get the cutoff mark, you don't have to go to anywhere. The director takes up the responsibility of fixing you into your department of choice based on the departments that are collaborating with us. Beyond that, we have the postgraduate diploma.
All right.
In peace and security studies. Right. Then the other ones that I've told you now, the masters, the PhD.
So how can someone apply, particularly for the one that you're focusing on, which is the certificate program? How can one apply for that?
They can apply directly to the director, Peace and Security Studies, Basic Unit Building, University of Port Harcourt.
The director,
Center for Peace and Security Studies, Basic Unit.
Okay.
University of Port Harcourt.
All right then. Would this cost so much, or when they get to university, you tell them how much it would cost?
No, it wouldn't cost so much. Just we already have certificate programs in the university.
All right.
It's just the same money that you spend in any certificate program.
All right. Yeah. Okay, so you want people to partner, you want people to come also apply for it. Is there any other thing you want the people of River State to know?
We also want people to mostly collaborate with us.
Collaborate in what form?
In form of research.
Okay.
Security problems that require regional peace, national peace, all forms of conflicts that are plaguing us now, and how best to strategize to minimize them, to bring them down to a manageable proportion, so that we can concentrate on development strides. As long as we remain on this high tension of conflict here, wanton destruction of lives and property, we are not going to make any headway into the rest of the globe will leave us behind.
All right, so in summary, what we've talked about here in the past 14-15 minutes, one, the Center for Peace and Security Studies is about equipping security agencies with modern skills, mostly intelligence gathering, and also helping with research to see how society can be better in terms of handling the different kind of security challenges that we have in the country. And in terms of research, you said you have programs like certificates, masters for
PGD.
Okay, PGD first, then masters.
Executive masters in criminology and police psychology.
Okay, and then you have the PhD.
MSc in peace and security studies.
Okay.
PhD, peace and security studies.
Interesting.
You don't have to be in the social sciences to apply.
Okay.
Because right now we don't have that course at the foundation level.
All right.
So as long as you are interested in having your master's, provided you have a master's degree in any.
A master's or a bachelor's degree?
If you are going for the PhD.
Okay. PhD.
You must have a master's.
Yeah, true.
And if you are going for the master's, you must have a BSc or BA.
All right. Thank you. Can we just have the number one more time so anyone who's interested will call in for inquiries?
Thank you so much. 080 333 99 783.
Thank you very much for calling.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Olusegun Matthew Okikiola Aremu Obasanjo was a former Nigerian Army general and former president of Nigeria from the year 1999 to 2007 and was born on the 5th of May 1937. Obasanjo was a career soldier before serving twice as the nation's head of state and also serving as a military ruler from the 13th of February 1976 to the 1st of October 1979, and also as a democratically elected president from 29th of May 1999 to the 29th of May 2007. He was born to his father Amos Agidun Obasanjo Bankole and his mother Ashabi in Abeokuta, Ogun State in Nigeria, and his mother and father died in 1958 and 1959 respectively, making him an orphan at the age of 22. In 1948, Obasanjo enrolled into St. David Ebenezer School at Ibogun for his primary school education, and from 1952 to 1957 he attended Baptist Boys High School at Abeokuta for his secondary school education. In 1958, Olusegun Obasanjo joined the Nigerian Army and received training in Nigeria and abroad. One of such trainings and studies included Defense Services Staff College, Wellington in India, where he attended in 1965, and where the Commandant's confidential reports on Obasanjo on the 20th Staff Court Sept in 1965 quoted that he was the best officer who was set at the time from Nigeria, also stating that he was particularly popular in all circles. He had a 21-year military career, which included serving in the United Nations peacekeeping mission in the former Zaire and commanding the 3rd Marine Commando Division during Nigeria's 30th month Biafra Civil War, which lasted from 1967 to 1970. And on the 12th of January 1970, Obasanjo accepted the Biafran surrender, ending the Nigerian Civil War. Also from 1970 to 1975, he was the commander of the Engineering Corps Nigerian of the Nigerian Army, meaning that earlier in 1972, he was promoted to the rank of Brigadier General, and from 1970 to 1975, he was the commander of the Engineering Corps of the Nigerian Army, meaning that earlier in 1972, he was promoted to the rank of Brigadier General. And by January 1975, the head of state for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Yakubu Gowon, made Obasanjo the Federal Commissioner for Works and Housing to oversee the development of housing, highways, roads, bridges, electrical and street lighting in the country following the oil boom. Also in 1975, when General Murtala Mohammed took power as head of state via a military coup, Obasanjo was appointed as the Chief of Staff Supreme Headquarters, and in January 1976, he was promoted to Lieutenant General. It should be noted that following a failed coup by Lieutenant Colonel Dimka, in which General Murtala Mohammed was killed, Obasanjo was chosen as the head of state by the Supreme Military Council, and by the 13th of February 1976 had resigned as the head of state and the Nigerian Army. Following a failed military coup by Lieutenant Colonel Dimka, in which General Murtala Mohammed was killed, Obasanjo was chosen as the head of state by the Supreme Military Council on the 13th of February 1976, and also he resigned as the head of state and the Nigerian Army on the 1st of October 1979, thereby handing power to the newly elected civilian president Shehu Shagari. While still in service, the military regime of Obasanjo.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one room. Bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
All right, it's 2:30 p.m. here. I am Canada, and I like to think of myself as the man of the people, and you're welcome to today's hustle. And you're listening to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Right about now, we would have to switch topics because yet again, the guest I was expecting in the studio is not turning up, and I can't seem to reach him. So we will switch topics, and we will look at something that just made it to the news, and we will see how we can still have a conversation for development here. I'm having a bad day, I should say, but hey, that should not stop us from having a conversation, like I already mentioned. Let's see. Okay. So, while I was reading the 2 p.m. bulletin, I did come across the news that the River State House of Assembly has passed the. Where's the bill? There's a bill it passed. Sorry. I'm looking for it. Okay. Yeah. It's called the River State Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law. And it was passed by the River State House of Assembly on the 10th of December 2020 and has been assented to by Governor Nyesom Wike. There are certain things, in that bill that, made it to the news. And one of such is that anybody who forcefully evicts his or her spouse from their matrimonial home stand the risk of going for 2 years imprisonment or a fine of 300,000 naira, or depending on the severity, might just get both 2 years imprisonment and a fine of 300,000 naira. Okay, that's one part of it. That's one we should look at. The second one that really, really caught my attention is, where they say in certain cultures and traditions, the woman, he had me right, the woman is not allowed that the woman is not allowed to, inherit certain properties from. I'm trying to look. I'm trying to read the. I'm sorry. Our ancestors, she's not allowed to take properties like land, houses, all those stuff. The VAP law, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law, is saying that any family, any community, anybody who denies a woman inheritance in her family also stands the risk of going to jail for a couple of years. According to the state chairperson of FIDA, Inena Igbokwe, the law is for the protection of right of all persons and to stop all forms of violence and rancor amongst family members in the state, noting that under the VAP law, it is now a crime and harmful tradition to deny a woman inheritance in her family. How are you reacting to this? I mean, we will talk about this probably on Saturday when I probably would get FIDA in the building. We'll talk about it. That is if Buchi does not beat me to this. I mean, she might want to use it for today's woman on Friday. But if she doesn't, I probably would bring a lawyer from the Federation of International Female Lawyers, and we will talk about this and how it will improve society, how it would affect society, and really, I'm excited by this. I mean, this has improved my mood a little bit because I'm looking at it and I'm saying, okay, you know what? You can't just wake up one day and just kick your wife out of the house because she did something you don't like or because you found another lady. That's what usually happens, right? And the other way too, if it's the woman who has the money, you can't just wake up and kick your husband out of the house because you feel like he's no longer worthy of your love and affection. There should be a legal way, and I mean, if it must happen, then it should go through the court where the marriage is dissolved, and each person going their separate ways. So I'm going to open the phone lines right about now and ask you what you think about the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law and what you think, most especially the part that says the woman now has the ability to inherit property. I mean, that's the part that I love the most, The woman now has the ability to inherit property. I mean, why would you deny your sister? I mean, I'm looking at it from a logical perspective now. Why would you deny your sister the ability to inherit properties from your father or your grandfather or whomever it is? I mean, you guys are blood relatives, and I'm wondering why. Is it because she's getting married to another man? Even if she's getting married to another man, our children will still somehow be related to you. Will still somehow be your nephews and your nieces. So why would you want to stop our children from enjoying, the benefits of the family, so to say? My goodness. 0817 0000951 and 0810951091. Text messages to the number 0701-933-9962. My goodness, what a day. I'm going to go straight to the phone lines now. 95.1 FM, your name, your location, your contribution.
All right, Ejeko Promise from Rumodoma.
Ejeko Promise. You sound like you have a problem in one part of what I was talking about.
Yes.
I know. You are Ikwere, right?
I'm an Ikwere man.
You are Ikwere. Yes, I know where you're going. I know where you're going to like this.
but I will like this time around. I think I like it. It's a welcome development. That area of the one you talked about, women inheriting property.
Are you sure you like it?
I like it. It's okay. It's a welcome development. We are in the 21st century. So many things have changed.
So let me ask you now. I know you have parcels of land in your family. Would you allow your female siblings, argue the lands with you? Take a part of it, take a portion of it with you, or from what you have?
Yes. I will. I won't even allow them to argue it with me. I think I should just do the needful by allowing them to get what they are supposed to get in my father's, what my father or my grandfather left behind. Reasons why I said this is because most of them may not be opportune to get married. Everybody must not get married. And if they are not opportune to get married, you will not chase them out of the house.
So what about the ones that get married? Would you still allow them the opportunity to share that land with you or take from your portion?
Yes. I will allow them because most of them may not also be opportune to get married to wealthy men.
Right.
God created us differently, so maybe they may start from there. If you give them a plot of land, for example, they may sell it and the husband may start from there and they build up a family. They are your sisters. They are one.
All right, then thank you very much for calling in. Moving on now, 95. Oh my, I missed that call. Keep your calls coming in. 0817-000-0951 and 0810951091. Who's on the line? 95.1 FM.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Godspar calling from Rumigbo.
Godspar from Rumigbo. Let me guess, you are also from Ikwere. Where are you from?
I'm from
Eche. Do I know the customs and traditions of Eche people? But do you in Eche allow the women to inherit properties?
No.
Hello? Oh no, the line is breaking. Poor connection there. Please do call back and let's have a conversation. But by the way, I'm trying to be naughty on the show. Aside from women inheriting properties, the VAP law also allows the restriction of a person from chasing his or her spouse, evicting his or her spouse from the house, except, of course, they have gone through the legal proceedings to dissolve the marriage. 95.1 FM.
Hello, Kalada.
Yes, who am I speaking with?
My brother.
Is this Mazi Ike God?
Hell, Chineke. You are in the spirit.
All right, Mazi Ike God, welcome.
You are in the spirit.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Me,
I have removed all those nonsense tradition in my family.
Are you sure?
What are you telling me?
I'm asking. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you. Are you sure?
No, I'm telling you something. You know, are you sure? Listen, I have removed it in my family. I am the head of my family. I have 2 children, even my property. I know the reason why I bought 2. One is for my son and one is for my daughter. When I was buying it, I was telling even my wife, yeah, this is for my children. You understand me?
Okay, fine. What about between you and your siblings, the female siblings? Are you allowing them also to take a portion of your father's properties?
Unfortunately, I don't have a female sister. And when I had a female sister, I will not stop them from taking anything that belongs to. See, I have cousins that are sisters. And when the time reach for my family, when they talk all those things, I do to stand for the woman. I stand for my cousins. You understand me?
Right.
Even when they come to marry them, they do this traditional right. I scatter the wedding. I tell them, look, if you not take the bride price of this girl for 20,000, I will scatter this marriage. And they paid 20,000 out of 100,000. My stupid family people said that
let's not curse your family people, please. But
it's annoying, my brother. This nonsense tradition. They should kill all of them.
So
you're saying them away.
You're saying the law is a welcome development then?
Yes, I support it to the end. In fact, another one they should even put in law, sir, is the burial home. That when a man died, they will shave the woman. They should stop that rubbish. The woman is not going to need to wear one cloth to mourn a man when he died. They should stop it.
I want to believe that is also part of the law. I mean, it stops all of these illegalities, all of these outdated traditions and.
I support it to totality. I support it totality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Keep your calls coming in. We're looking at the violence against persons prohibition law. Finally, has sent it to you, and we're looking at it, and it's a welcome development, I should say. But what do you think about it? What do you think about it? 95.1 FM.
Yes, Canada, you got why I called back. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. This law, from what we read, it's as if the law only refers to the family instead of community.
No, I think even communities. I mean, family. The family is the smallest unit of society. So the family makes up the community makes up the local government governments make up the state governments make up the entire country, right? So that's how it is.
What you are saying in essence is that the new law is applicable to communities and families and the state and local governments.
Of course, everybody in the state.
Okay, they should carry the campaign to my area. Now, I'm not sure if people of the are aware of this development. Except that to carry the campaign to the rural areas, the local government, because they are the people facing more of this challenge. They are carrying the campaign to Burokiri. They have land in Burokiri. They should go to where there is land in the rural areas to sensitize people, because the women are the people suffering this marginalization.
All right, thank you very much for calling in. Take it to the communities. Okay, I agree with you. 95.1 FM.
Canada, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. Sorry? Augustine, welcome.
Canada, I want to ask a question. That my sister that want to follow me and collect my brother's father's property. When my sister married, I want to ask a question. Can I follow him to go and share his husband's property?
I don't get. Is the husband your brother?
I mean my sister.
No, simple question. Is the husband your brother?
In our tradition, as you marry, don't have any rights.
But now the law of the land, the River State government law supersedes
that one for the River State. That one's for the River State.
Really?
You will not work. You not work for my state, Imo State.
Okay, that's in Imo State. But now let me ask you a question. Now let's look at it this way. So now your sister inherits a property from your father. Oh my goodness. Your sister inherits a property from your father because, of course, she's this child. And your wife inherits a property from her father and brings it to your house. Is it not equal? So if you are going to be bitter about your sister inheriting a property and taking to her husband's house, then maybe you should marry a woman who's got something to inherit. I mean, what else can I say? Back to the phone lines. Mr. 195.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good afternoon, Canada.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
The custom of the people is custom of the people, not custom of individuals. An individual does not establish a custom, and an individual cannot stop a custom. So I just want to correct impression that no one stops what the community does.
I don't understand what you're talking about right now.
I know I'm sorry. I just want to digress more, but I want to talk what you're saying now because
even the digressing that you're digressing, I still don't get it because I'm trying to understand. Now, I just explained to the two callers away. I said, see, the family makes up the community. The community is nothing without the individual families, right? The communities make up the state. So you cannot talk about this law without saying, oh, it's only for families or it's only for community. No, it's not done that way.
I am telling you that the community has a custom, not individual.
And it is the custom, part of the community. It is the custom of the community that is being challenged right about now by the River State law, and that's what I'm saying.
Yes, it is challenged. It is left for the community to prove their custom or allow their custom to be destroyed. It's not.
I don't get. Sorry, is there any law that is bigger than the Constitution?
The Constitution.
Is there any law that is bigger than the Constitution?
There's no law.
Thank you very much.
The Constitution, the custom is a part of the Constitution, but the Constitution and the custom evolves, and the Constitution also evolves. That's why I have amendment of Constitution.
And I agree with you. But yet again, I'm saying that when there are clashes and conflicts like this, the Constitution comes out top. And right about now, we're talking about the River State Constitution, and it says that it is illegal, and whether the customs or traditions like it or not, it is illegal.
To deny women of their rights, or their family rights.
It stops women, or it stops the family from denying women inheritance in their family.
That's what I'm saying now, that this custom of the people, it cannot be the custom of another area. Another area can say no to it, but the one who say yes.
That's what I'm saying. You don't choose the law. We're saying the same thing. You don't choose. I'll give you an instance. There was a time when a killing of twins was an in thing. It was custom and tradition, and then there came a law, and all of a sudden tradition had to evolve because of the law that was established. And that is the same thing that is happening right now. It's as simple as that.
I agree with you, but I also say that what works for a village does not work for another village. That is what you have to know.
You're still not getting. We're not talking about villages and that. This is not about tradition anymore. It's about the River State law. It's about a law, government law.
Can a law be challenged?
Of course, it can be.
Good.
It can be.
It's not challenged physically, it can be challenged spiritually.
All right then. All right. Thank you very much. I see you're struggling to accept the fact that women should inherit properties, and I did envisage that. I mean, I did envisage that. We'll keep your calls coming in. 0817 0000951 and 0810 951 0951. What's your name and where you calling in from?
You said the guy is calling from Port Harcourt.
Fediba, welcome. Good afternoon to you.
Yes. Canada, there is a Supreme Court judgment on this matter involving one case like that, one family in Onitsha, Anambra State. My understanding of that judgment, even though I'm not a lawyer, is that it is only the properties acquired by a man that his daughters are entitled to get share from. But it's ancestral, a land like your ancestral home, the land you inherited from your family. It's only your male sons that are entitled to it. I think culturally, that's what it should be.
I'm not arguing with you. That's tradition, and the Supreme Court was only interpreting traditional law because there was no law at the time. Now in River State, there is a law. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from.
What happened is now in conflict with the tradition. Which one gives way to the other?
Of course, the tradition gives way to the state law.
These people, tradition is the people. Let's tell ourselves the truth. What is not acceptable to the people?
According to the Constitution, if the state government and the federal government are in conflict when it comes to law, the federal government
personality of the and acceptability of the law also matters. It has to be universally applicable.
Everybody would have to bend and twist and accept it. Or challenge it in court.
You see the problem? Your land, the one you bought by yourself, can be shared to your own female children. But the one that is from ancestry is from males.
Let me ask you a question. Why can't you give your sister? You're not saying give it to outsider. Your sister, who's born into the family.
Traditionally, a woman is meant to marry. A woman is meant to marry.
Let me ask you a question. That woman that gets to marry, when they are paying certain bills in the family, even though she's married, is she asked to pay those bills as well? Let's be truthful. Wait. Let's say there's a funeral in the family. She's married though. Is she asked to pay?
Her husband is asked to pay.
Okay, thank you very much. If the father or any of the ancestors are sick, is she called from her husband's house to come and help take care of the father?
Yes, of course.
At that point now, she's not married.
Those are the obligations. Those are our obligations. Let me tell you, it might not be fair, but that's the tradition. It's not all traditions that are fair. It's not even all laws that are fair. You understand? But tradition is what I'm pointing to. And it has to be respected.
All right. It doesn't have to be respected, Some traditions that are not fair should be made to be fair, and that's why we have leaders in society. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, this is Pastor Azad.
Welcome.
You see, the problem is that people are trying to link tradition to constitution, and thereby have the whole thing being complicated. The discussion is very clear. You see, I keep maintaining that constitution supersedes.
Right.
Your tradition can be existing as an ancient landmark or whatever. But the moment constitution steps in, it supersedes everything that is ongoing. It is like the constitution pull down or destroy just existing monumental traditions. It just clear it off and allow things to go straight. You see, people are very, like my maternal home in Igbo land, you see, they are very greedy and one kind of people that even sometimes if I find my way there, I normally even tell them to their face that you people are very wicked.
All right.
In fact, you are one set of wicked people on the face of this earth. That is why you allow all these kind of traditions to exist where a woman, she believes that once she's married and she's out, she doesn't share or she doesn't belong or she can't. Just look at what you're saying. Even if she's married and she has left the family, she's whether one way or the other, she's still come to contribute in one way or the other in the family, just like you are telling the last caller. But when it comes to material things, you deny the person from sharing. If they don't give land to women, if they don't give, everything is, once you are married, you are gone. It's a devilish and a wicked, desperately wicked kind of attitude that is
we steal from these people. But I stand to say that if only this law can fly, I am telling you, even if it gets to the Supreme Court, even if it gets to the Supreme Court, like people who will want say will not agree, will challenge it in the court. Challenge it in the court to the Supreme. The Supreme Court will only look at the constitution of that state that says that the state government or house lawmakers say this is how they want it to be in their own state. You can go and argue and talk about your own in the
it's fine. Thank you very much, Isaiah John. Thank you very much. I gotta go now. Now, I mean, for those of you who are kicking against, women inheriting properties in the family, it's ancestral land, so we can't give it to her. She will take it and give it to her husband. Granted. Imagine you have 3 siblings. 2 are boys, 1 is a girl. The girl eventually becomes a woman, gets married, leaves the family. The 2 siblings that are boys become men, get married, give birth to more male children and maybe other female children. And so they stand a chance of inheriting the properties and the properties of the family. And you, because you say, no, woman cannot inherit. God now gives you 5 girls. Then you try to do again. The 6th one becomes a girl. Then you stop. And you have 6 girls. Would you allow your 6 girls inherit at that point the family's ancestral property? Or would you say, it's against the tradition, the 6 girls of mine will get married, so I'm not going to allow them inherit. I would rather have my brother's children, who are boys, inherit all of the family properties. That's one way to look at it. What do I know? 95.1 FM, what's your name?
Please, Canada, please, let me ask one small question, please.
You got your time, and quickly, 30 seconds.
Okay. Can any village or compound be named after a woman? The law says that, like I am now, I know that all my property belongs to all my children, both the female and the male, but not the community property, communal property. That's what it is.
All right, thank you.
Personally,
Thank you very much. I want to believe Port Harcourt, certain places in Port Harcourt, there are communities, right? What do I know? Moving on. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Canada, good afternoon.
Yeah, Mr. Bright, welcome. Quickly, wrap up the conversation.
Yes. I am a bit confused because there are 3 scenarios that play out in owning property and then sharing property. I don't know if the law took those into consideration.
All right.
1, is it a property of a man who only has female children and the community is depriving the children from having their father's property?
Interesting.
Or the property of a man who has both male and female, and then when the people want to share the property of the man, the law is compelling them to also give to the female if they want to share according to their culture.
And the third one.
If the law wants to compel them to share to the girls, the law equally stipulate the percentage of the sharing. Because now, if you must say they should give to the girls, what should they give?
I mean, you should share the way you share it to
because we want to, because the culture now comes in on what percentage should be given. Right. So the law should equally go into that same area.
What the law is saying that do not deny a woman inheritance in the family in any which way you can look at it from.
I think if it is a man who has only female children, no culture should. I'm from a J. It doesn't happen in my country.
Okay, so what about men and women
male
children?
Children, our culture in a J, we will not give property to a man who has male children to women. Thank you. It's the man who has only women, they own their father's property.
All right, then let's see.
But if the law will compel them to share to women, what percentage has the law stipulated that should be given to those women.
All right, thank you very much. We would see how this pans out. Like I said, implementation is another thing that we should watch out for. I mean, it's not just making a law, implementing it. I would have to step out right about now and allow the sports crew come in and give you all the details in the world of sports. Stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95. For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95. For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Here I come with my voice, here to win. It's my choice. You can dream if you believe. Give it all you've got. They are fast, I am faster. They are strong, but I'm stronger. I'm the best, so I pick up my chest. My dream, my speed, and my strength. Give me the power to go. We flying higher to the top.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
I've always been destined to win. Yo, my speed and stability, all my ability came from within. As long as I see my potential, there's no limit to what I'll achieve. Yo, give it up for the master. See how I master my dreams. I am faster.
Criticize him all you want. Say whatever you feel like saying about the man. Looks like the man cannot roar has gotten the power to win, and he keeps delivering the win either on the home turf or at the away turf. Yesterday, Nigeria Super Eagles were again victorious over Cape Verdeans in the ongoing World Cup qualifiers, and that will be 2 out of 2 for the man cannot roar. A repeat of what he did the last time when Nigeria was en route to qualify for the Russia 2018 World Cup. But this time around, it's going to be in Qatar 2022, and Gennaro Rohr is already doing what he knows how to do best, at least at this level. Great to have you join us. Good afternoon and welcome to the midweek edition of Today Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. My name is Reliable Reliance Udenyin, and I'm being joined on the show this afternoon by Queen Chikezie. There is this affiliation that you have, I'm trying to remember, but welcome to the show, Queen.
Good afternoon to you, Reliance, and to our listeners out there. I mean, it's always a beautiful time to talk sports and all that is associated with it. Talking about Gennaro and knowing doing what he knows how to do best, I really do not think that.
All right, Queen, you're not going to do that right now, right? You're surely not going to do that. She calls herself the goddess of sport, or It's actually this. Don't worry, I'm going to get it. The Odogu one of sport, Emeka Jenna, is also here. Great to have you here, Emeka.
Reliance, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to our listeners out there. It's hotting up out there in Enugu, the Cathedral. 4 slots at stake as far as the MPFL is concerned. The 8 teams are battling, and we are beginning to get to know some of the teams that are looking good already for the MPFL. Massive one for the Eagles yesterday, thanks to a very wonderful own goal. I haven't seen anything like that in a long time.
Someone called it spectacular own goal. And I was like, really? Spectacular. Anyways, it is what it is. And on the show this afternoon, we're not going to be starting off from the Super Eagles, even though that is like the topical issue to be discussed today. But first off, we are going to travel to the United States of America, where the US Open is ongoing, and bring you up to speed with proceedings, because we are beginning to have our semi-finalists. Will Novak Djokovic overtake Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer in becoming the greatest of all time in the world of tennis, going by the number of Grand Slam title won? Because if he wins this one, it's going to be 21. That's one more than Rafa and Roger Federer. All right, so we're going to bring you up to speed with that one, and then also look at basketball. The Basketball Premier League returns in Nigeria, and then we'll tell you how teams are squaring up. Rivers Hoopers will be in action once again. Recall that they last time represented Nigeria as the inaugural edition of the Basketball Africa League. Which team will represent the country this time around, and how the performance? We'll look at that, and then we'll cap up the show with the Super Eagles. Not forgetting taking your reactions via our SMS and WhatsApp portal, which is 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. For the phone lines, let's do it later. But for now, let's jump into the thick of the action. All right, we're starting off from the US Open, where Daniil Medvedev will be on a collision course with world number 1 Novak Djokovic in the final. The man was able to win yesterday over an opponent, Botic van der Sandschulp, in a 4-setter. And he explained why he's not worrying about the top seed. He said, and I quote, "I don't think about him because, as we saw, anybody can beat anybody. If he's in the final and I'm there, I'm happy. He's also happy, I guess," he said. And then, of course, we equally had some other matches that went on yesterday in tennis, the main aspect of things. So let's see how to bring you results of the matches that were played. Some of them yesterday, some of them in the early hours of today, while also fielding you in with what happened at the female end of the draw. All right, so now Medvedev defeated his opponent 6-3, 6-love, 4-6, 7-5. His opponent being Van der Sandschulp, and of course he's gonna take on Felix Auger-Aliassime in the last for the Canadian world number 15 progress after 18-year-old Spaniard Carlos Alcaraz retired while trailing 6-3, 3-1. In the meantime, top seed Novak Djokovic has described Matteo Berrettini as one of the hardest hitters ahead of their quarterfinal showdown that's scheduled for today. So Novak Djokovic will be taking on Matteo Berrettini, whereas Alexander Zverev will be up against Lloyd Harris in the quarterfinals. In the women's draw, teenage sensation Lila Fernandez produced another fearless performance to beat Elena Vitolina and set up a US Open semi-final with Aryna Sabalenka. Canada's Fernandez, who turned 19 on Monday, showed all her devastating power to win a tense tiebreak 6-3, 3-6, 7-6 in New York. Now, Vitolina, who's 26 years of age, had overturned a 5-2 deficit in the third, but could not stop Fernandez trailing power play. Second seed Sabalenka dominated French Open winner Barbara Krejcikova 6-1, 6-4 in the other quarterfinal. But we are expecting Emma Raducanu to take on Belinda Bencic in another quarterfinal match, while Karolina Pliskova will take on Maria Sakkari in another quarterfinal match. So gradually we are beginning to know who will be or who's going to take on who in the semis of the US Open. We are gradually winding down to the end of things, all right, in the US Open. Emeka, let me start with you. let's change from the usual convention a bit. Let's start from the men's draw. Medvedev, Novak Djokovic, Alexander Zverev. At this point, can you pitch your tent on anyone?
That would be a very risky thing to do at this point. Because recent happenings have shown us that even Djokovic is beatable. No, at the Olympics, he was beaten by Alexander Zverev in the semi-finals. We thought he was going to complete the Golden Slam this year. That's winning 4 majors and the Olympics. But it didn't happen. It's not going to happen. He was beaten in the semi-finals by Zverev. And ever since, Zverev has not lost a match. He's on a 15-match winning streak as going into the quarterfinal encounter later today with the South African Lloyd Harris. So you can't bet against such a man. And it's a tournament where we also have, the top seed, Novak Djokovic, set to meet him in the semi-finals if things go on smoothly for both of them. So it will be very risky at this point to do just that. Like I said from the beginning of before the tournament even started, I will go with either of the two, Alexander Zverev or Novak Djokovic. Djokovic has got it in him. Zverev beat him in 3 sets over there in Tokyo. Doesn't mean he was going to beat him. He's going to beat him again when they meet at the US Open. He's a man for the big occasion. He knows, is an opportunity for him to make history, to write his name in gold, pull clear of Federer and Nadal when it comes to the players with the most number of Grand Slams. And he's also going to equal the record of Rod Laver if he wins the US Open this year. That's completing the calendar slam. The first man to do so since 1969 when the Australian Laver achieved that feat. So he will put everything in this one. It has not been smooth for him going into the quarterfinals. He's dropped sets along the line. Even the very first match he dropped set. The last match as well, he was beaten. He lost the first set 1-6 to the unseeded American, the white card. Talking about Jensen Brooksby. So it's not been smooth, but of course he still has a way of powering back. That's the stuff of champions, showing great character all this while, and you can't bet against him anytime, any day. It's between those two guys. Medvedev is doing quite well on the other half of the draw. It looks like it's all clear for him to even go all the way. He was tested yesterday, but he still was able to come out on skate, and it's looking good already for the final. He's played 2 finals already, but losing both of them. And at the end of the day, if he comes up against any of these guys in the final, proper, I think it will go the way of either Zverev or Novak Djokovic. For me, like you asked, come on, it's a very, very risky thing to do right now. You can't bet against any of these guys. 3 of them specifically, with Medvedev on the other half of the draw.
All right, your favorite Melanese sports presenter, Victoria, is also part of the show. Victor, great to have you here.
Thank you so much, Reliance. Good afternoon to you.
Running you in straight up. Let's talk about the quarterfinals to expect. Novak Djokovic, Matteo Berrettini. Do you see Matteo Berrettini as an obstacle to Novak Djokovic? Possibly stopping him from reaching the finals.
The fact that he was able to make, or he has made it this far, definitely shows that you would not just completely write off Matteo Berrettini. I think he has got what it takes, to just provide one of those surprises, those surprise wins in this very tournament. So Matteo Berrettini actually can win Novak Djokovic, but it's the big question of would he? I personally don't think he would, but I know he can. So
can he?
I think he can. He actually can. On a normal day.
How many persons saw Medvedev beating Novak in the?
That's Zverev, you mean?
Zverev
at the Olympics.
Beating Novak at the Olympics.
No, but look at Berrettini and Djokovic. They met in the final of the Wimbledon. Djokovic got the better of him. We are thinking just the way you are thinking right now, then, that he could just be the man to stop Djokovic from getting to 20. But lo and behold, it was a one-sided affair. The reason why I said
he would not is because you look at the opponents that Berrettini has faced so far in this very tournament, the likes of I think Oscar Ote, Ivashka, unknown names. He has not really come up against any popular big names. So this is going to be in this very tournament, talking about this year. So let's see how it's going to handle facing the world number 1, the best of the best, Novak Djokovic at the moment. I actually don't think Djokovic would be stopped, but I think there's a possibility of Berrettini stopping him.
You're talking from both sides of the mouth.
Exactly.
You cannot stop.
He's sitting on the fence.
Okay, Queen. Let's talk about this young lady, Leila Fernandez. How impressive has she been in the tournament so far for you?
for me, I call her the giant destroyer so far in this tournament. I mean, she's been able to beat notable tennis players. The defending champion, she took her off in third round.
Osaka.
And then she met with one time former champion Angelique Keba, took her off. Just recently, she took off the Olympic bronze medalist Victorina. What more can she do to tell you that I've come to stay in this trade of sports? She's quite young. That's just the amazing thing about her. And it also keeps me worried because, I mean, the Gashuantecs of this world, the Coco Goffs of this world, they were all young and we're applauding them. We're applauding them. No, they are young, but we expected them to do that dominance. But
you know, you haven't seen that consistency per se.
That thing she showed us. That
at
made us
15, she did the 4th round of Wimbledon 2 years ago. You know, after she beat Venus Williams to announce her arrival on the big stage. But today, you know, she didn't even get to the 3rd round of this tournament at the US Open. Even though she's doing nicely, you know, in the doubles, she's in the quarterfinals of the doubles with McNally.
So the thing is, I think this young lady, I mean, her coach, her father, who's also an ex-football player, I think all those mentality, strong mentality coming from football and now tennis, sports generally, I think it will help her a lot to go further in this. But I wish her the best anyway.
Roland, just to talk about Leila Fernandez, I mean, it's so amazing to see how from nowhere, you know, she actually, in the last Wimbledon, the last Grand Slam we had, she was knocked out in the very first round by Jelena Ostapenko. Look at her in the Cincinnati Masters. The round of 64 was where she was knocked out. And then to now see her, I mean, she's not really played competitively against these big boys. To now see her knock out Naomi Osaka, knock out Elina Svitolina. I think she also took out Kerber, and Angelique Kerber as well. That's massive, you know. It shows you that whatever is working for her in this tournament might just work for her till the very end.
There's another.
And what shall it profit? Leila Fernandez to beat all these big names you mentioned and don't win this title.
Oh no!
She has got it. Her money has increased.
And she's the youngest.
Sabalenka is waiting for her.
And she's the youngest to come this far since
Maria Sharapova in
2005. And also this lady now, Serena Williams, in I think 1999 when it comes to US Open. So she's been really very outstanding.
All we
in
are
this
saying
tournament
is Leila Fernandez
win
do all
this
this
one
and win it, because everything will be thrown in the trash can if you don't win it. There's also Emma Raducanu. That name do sound like a Nigerian name somehow.
Is you like it?
Emma
Raducanu. I mean, how does that sound Nigerian?
Part of it. Okay. Let's say South African.
Emma could pass for Emma Bong.
Very true.
Anyway, so Emma Raducanu, Belinda Bencic, and then Karolina Pliskova, Maria Sakkari. Emeka, basically we are looking at the new champion, more like it, in the women's half of the draw. Who is a clear favorite at this point, or we should still wait until the semis?
The semis is gradually taking shape. At least 2 players are already in the semi-finals from what we saw yesterday. Arina Sabalenka will go up against what's her name? The sensation, Leila Fernandez. And we are looking at the other 2 quarterfinals that will be taking place later today. But it's open. Reliance is wide open. It's been thrown wide open. It's there for any of these players to grab. But you have to look at Arina Sabalenka. The highest seed left in the tournament, and the way she was able to take out Barbara Krejcikova, the Wimbledon champion, was quite impressive. And perhaps the Canadian has done quite well to get this far. It might just be the end of the road for her, but I would like her to continue, honestly. Like I said earlier, what will it profit her if she beats all these big names and fail to even reach the final or win the title? So it will only be fitting, and it makes for good reading if she goes all the way at the age of 19. I know she started the tournament as an 18-year-old, and she turned 19 because of the tournament, and she eventually wins it. To be massive for her, and I mean we've seen her left-hander done quite well so far, and at this point she has nothing to lose. So go there, have fun, like her father told her to have fun yesterday, and she had fun big time. And eventually got that big win against her opponent yesterday. So basically, for me, it's open. Any of these other ladies left in the tournament can go all the way, and you have to fancy the teenagers, the youngsters are doing quite well, especially in the women's draw. Leila Fernandez has stolen the show, but Imara Ducano, like you said, after her run at Wimbledon, where she got to the fourth round in the first time of asking, she has gone a step better. She can even go two steps better later today. When she takes to the court. So at the end of the day, it's looking very good for the youngsters. So let's see how that one pans out later. But for me, I think it's wide open here.
In basketball, the Nigeria Basketball Premier League is commencing in the grand style at the nation's capital, Abuja and Akure in Ondo State today, the 8th of September 2021. In the fourth game at the Savannah Conference to be played at Moshood Abiola Stadium, Gumbobo will lock horns with defenders by 10 a.m. That game should have been done and dusted by now, as Nigeria Customs battled Benue Braves. That was supposed to come up 12:45, should also be done and dusted. Bogo City Chiefs will tackle Reformers by 2:45 p.m. That one should be ongoing. While the final game of the day will be between Nigerian Army and Kano Pillars by 4:45 p.m. Also, 11 teams from the Atlantic Conference, which include Rivers Hoopers, Kwara Falcons, Raptors, Police Baton, Under Raiders, Icelanders, Coast City, Impressions, Kamak, Invaders, and Lagos Warriors will slug it out at the indoor sports hall of the Akure Township Stadium. Mika, after all said and done, after all the issues and years of court cases and all of that, basketball is finally back. We talked about the Tigers, how to reform our league and all of that. And here we are. Basketball Premier League begins today. Your thoughts, please.
Well, Reliance, first things first, we're happy eventually that we'll have a league, top flight league, coming back after 4 years of hiatus. No thanks to the court cases, from both parties, the factional, MBBFs and what have you. Talking about Musa Kida and Tijani Umar-led faction and what have you. That cost us quite a lot, and you could all see what our team, River Supers, did at the Basketball Africa League, last time, in Rwanda. I believe if the league had been on prior to their participation in the tournament, they could have done better. Maybe not win the tournament, but it was a very shambolic performance from them. In Rwanda, no thanks to the lethargy, overtime, inactivity and all that. Now we have the league back, but I'm also worried about the fact that we are trying to do it like even the NNL playoff right there in Enugu. The league should run for how many months at least? 5 months, 6 months, as the case may be. Look at the NBA. It starts in October and ends sometime in May or June, as it were. Over a period of time, play lots of games. Have these teams play home and away. But in this case, you have the Atlantic Conference playing in one venue in Akure in this case, and the other conference, Savannah, is here in Abuja, where they gather, play for a period of 1 week or thereabout. We are done and they go for the Super 8. Come on, this is a hurriedly arranged league. It will not give them the best of preparation. By the time you know it, by October the league is over, and we are going to Basketball Africa League next year. To present the guys that won in October as our champions. You see, I think perhaps they will say, okay, no sponsorship. That could be the reason, but I think it's better to do something well. Anything worth doing is worth doing well, and there's no need rushing back to start the league. 3-6 weeks, we are done with league, and we go back and rest again for another 6 months before we go to the continent to play the Basketball Africa League. But the good thing is that at least the teams can now have something to look forward to, prepare, play matches and what have you. It's been a long time. Formally what we'll get here is that you play home and away matches. That's how the leagues are done everywhere. But today that's not even the case. They're going to play in a particular venue, and at the end of the day you have the top 4 teams there and the top 4 from the other conference go to the play or the Super 8, as it were.
All right, Victor. At least it's better than what we had the last time. Yeah, the league is back, but would this format in any way affect whatever any of the team that qualifies to the continent will do? That's at the Basketball Africa League.
Well, I think we're a little bit moving too fast. We've not even we've not gone proper into the league to start talking about the Basketball African League. But still answering the question, would it affect the teams? I think at the end of the day it will, because you look at just like what Emeka stated, you look at a proper league system. How many games are they supposed to have? You're talking about over 20 games in a season. Now, you gather these boys who have not played basketball together for almost how many years now? You gather them to now play basketball, and then it's just for a short period of time, 5 weeks there, and then you now take them to the Basketball African League, where you have the likes of Zamalek that has been playing regularly, for the past previous years, and even this season as well, still played a full complete season. How do they perform against those type of teams? I think we already have the excuses that these guys are going to use. That if we do not perform well when it gets to the time of the Basketball African League, but we're just going to keep our fingers crossed, because I think that's what we do, and then hope and pray that everything works out in our favor.
All right, results of some of the games played today. Icelanders defeated Kamak 59-52. Imagine the scoreline. Whereas Ondo Raiders.
What do you expect?
Ondo Raiders.
What did they say?
Is it
59-52?
59-52. It's not a high scoring game.
That's what I'm saying.
I ask you what you expect. 127
Now, Ondo Raiders defeated Coast City 68-67 points. Just 1 point difference. And then we equally had Invaders beating Raptors 64-59. So nobody was able to score up to 70 goals. Or 70 points. 70 points rather. All right, so that's how it is in basketball. Basketball Premier League is back. Okay, Queen, your thoughts?
And the thing here is, I think in one season they have just 14 games for a full basketball league season.
It's okay.
And you want to do better in the continent.
It is where. They say half bread is better than none, isn't it?
And then they will say
we've not had it in the last 4 years, and now we're having it. So
we should just make do with whatever. Whatever is okay.
Manage. Okay. The good thing is that basketball is back.
It's back.
All right. So your reactions to us via our SMS and WhatsApp for 0701-933-9962. We'll talk about the Super Eagles before we return to taking your reactions.
Super Eagles, no tension. You are winning by the grace of God. You shall win, you shall win, you shall win. Zawa, 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 zawa. No matter who they be, Eagles always go. 1 goal, 2 goals, 3 goals, 4 goals. No matter who they be, Eagles always go. 1 goal, 2 goals, 3 goals, 4 goals.
The Nigeria Football Federation says it has deferred to FIFA's own record of 98 caps for Super Eagles captain Ahmed Musa following the nullification of 2 of the matches he played in which should have made his tally 100. In a statement released in the early hours of today, just about an hour ago, by the NFF Director of Communication Ademola Olajire, the statement says, and I quote, "We defer to FIFA in this regard. So Ahmed Musa has 98 caps. If he features as expected in the home and away matches against Central African Republic in October, he will clock the tally of 100 and the celebrations will follow in full flow." That's according to NFF Director of Communications Ademola Olajire. FIFA said on Tuesday that Musa's appearance, that's yesterday, in the 3-0 defeat of Togo in the friendly match in Paris in June 2017 and the FIFA World Cup Russia 2018 qualifier against Algeria in Constantine in November 2017 did not count. The match against Togo was struck off as both Nigeria and Togo made more than the regular number of changes in the game, while the encounter in Constantine, which ended 1-0, was deleted because Nigeria fielded an ineligible player and the result was overturned, with Algeria awarded the game even as Nigeria had already picked the World Cup ticket before the tie. Earlier, the NFF had rewarded Musa with a sum of 10 million naira for reaching the now refuted 100 caps, with the president of the Nigeria football governing body, Amaju Pinnick, promising that henceforth any player who reaches the milestone with the national team was sure to receive that amount. Musa featured in the Eagles 2022 FIFA World Cup qualifier in which they won 2-1 against Cape Verde yesterday.
One team, one spirit, one nation, on the go, indivisible.
2 defensive blunders from the hosts secured maximum points for the Super Eagles as they clinched back-to-back wins in Group C, thus helping the 3-time African champions grab a crucial win on the road as they stretched their dominance in the group. Osimhen capitalized on a defensive error to put both teams on level at the 29th minute after Dylan Dos Santos puts the home team in front at the 19th minute, and at the 75th minute, an own goal by Kenny Richard Santos earned the Eagles the victory, a result that propelled the Super Eagles leadership of the pool by 3 points. Issues to talk about. But let's pick the one after the other, guys. Let's start from the match itself proper. The match itself proper. It was a win for the Super Eagles yesterday, Victor. Were you impressed by the performance?
Well, I think what matters most right now, to be very honest, I can't remember the last time I watched a Super Eagles game and I was happy. I can't remember the last time I was impressed with the Super Eagles performance. Because we've been able to get some of the results, but then, when you remember the Super Eagles of back then and you watch the Super Eagles of now, you would want to shed tears, even if we are winning. So, at the point in time, I stopped watching the game because I didn't like I didn't enjoy the performance in any way. But what matters most is that we got the 3 points and we are on top of the group. Somebody praise the Lord.
And Reliance, just an Igbo proverb, or perhaps a phrase. They say, "Owokunka kanama jago muahe."
It's all right.
Now, like this way, Nama won't walk out from here. They reach muahe. No. We are winning. The results are coming. But when we go to the big stage, that's how we go play. When we go to the Nations Cup, is that how we're going to play to win the AFCON? And when we eventually qualify for the World Cup, is that how we're going to play to make it out of the group first? Then reach the second round, which is our highest mark at the World Cup, or try to equal what the likes of Cameroon, Ghana, and Senegal have done at the World Cup by reaching the quarterfinal. I like this. The football is not good, and against big, well-disciplined teams, against well-organized teams, we can't get results with what we are doing right now.
Yeah. Okay. Queen Chikeze, who was your stand-up performer?
That is quite difficult to say. Seriously, I can't really pick out anybody. So no, yeah, it was true that Osimhen scored the goal, but why would the teams be there and wait for Cape Verde to score first and then do them a favor of scoring an own goal? For me, there's not Cape Verde of all countries. No, now.
Cape Verde and Sierra Leone.
Well,
no.
I think I had a stand-up performer. Chidera Ejuke.
Okay.
I think Chidera
Ejuke was brilliant.
Ejuke was absolutely brilliant. Maybe one of the few things that we can take from that match.
Maybe.
Just one of those. Just Chidera Ejuke. Apart from
nothing
that,
more. Seriously, I wasn't really impressed to start looking at their individual brilliance and all, because it was quite disappointing. Like you begin to watch play like. It's quite
it's okay, honorable.
Annoying.
Emeka.
really.
I don't know when I watch from get it wrong, but Emeka. We didn't have the midfield was completely out because the UK-based players couldn't participate in that one. Was that in any way justifiable by the performance you saw last night? Was that in any way justifiable? The performance justifying that? Okay, we didn't have, because definitely Ross talked about it in the post-match conference. We didn't have our regular starters in the team, especially the midfield. Was the performance justifiable in that regard?
No, I think it would have done better if we had Wilfred Ndidi, Joe Aribo in the middle of the park. They've been there for a long time. They've played so many games together, so you can't compare what they will give you, with what Kingsley Michael, Innocent Bonke, and Chidere Ojuke, who are playing together for the very first time, will do. It's natural, so it would have been better, but come on, at the end of the day, you look at the results. That's what you always look at. It doesn't matter what happened in the course of the 90 minutes. We'll go down to the final statistic, which will be the result, and we eventually won that game. Own goal or not, it was a win for Nigeria, and that's what matters most. But come to think of it, the next time we play, bearing the red list and what have you, Raw will revert to the old trio. Yeah, the guys he's very familiar with, he's comfortable with, and Didi and Arebo in the midfield, or maybe Etebo. Etebo doesn't start these days, depending on the information the coach is playing. So I think the guys, they did well yesterday, Bonke and Kingsley Michael, but it could have always been better. It would have been better if we had Ndidi. He don't buy experience in the market. Over time the man has shown that he's one of the finest midfielders out there in the holding midfield position, and Ariboa is also very brilliant going forward, attacking wise, defensively in the midfield is equally as good. So I think it would have been better. But come on, those guys did a yeoman's job yesterday. Take nothing away from them. They are playing for the Super Eagles for the first time, and they are playing together. So it's always going to be struggles here and there, understanding and what have you. But it didn't show too much because it was two average teams, so to say. The Eagles didn't really step up too much. Yes, they dominated possession for large spells in the encounter, but basically, the Cape Verde team did not offer too much too, if you look at it very well. Yes, they got that opening goal, but they were on the back foot most of the time, defending, Eagles pressing and all that, and somehow we were able to get our equalizer and eventually got the winner via the own goal.
So doesn't that hold as an excuse for the performance, Emeka?
Which performance are we talking about? Which performance
against
are you talking about? The performance for Nigeria's performance against Cape Verde.
Nigeria's performance against Cape Verde.
It's not looking like a normal thing for the team. It doesn't look like they because this thing is down to coaching. Yeah, we talked about it here. We say if, for instance, you bring Pep Guardiola to manage the Super Eagles, are we likely to see any change? And it was a consensus. Yes, we're going to see changes, because take for instance, Guardiola was at Bayern Munich. He moved to Manchester City, replacing Pellegrini. We saw the changes. The style of play changed. Yes, exactly.
Everything.
The speed of the team, everything. The overall team play changed.
Even individual player.
It has to do with the manager, and so it looks like the current manager we have, Gennaro Rohr, is one who is able to give us what he's giving right now, and it doesn't look like what much will change. It will take individual brilliance for you to see one player come up with something special and all that. And we don't have them too many. There's no J.J. Okocha in that team. There's no Ronaldinho in that team that will come and dribble, or Messi and what have you. One player that will carry the team on his shoulders and all that. So as a team, we have not been playing well. It's not something we want to even argue about. Because who said that? It was Victor. We've seen the Super Eagles play in the past. Even recently when Keshi was in charge of the team, or even when Seasia, who failed to even qualify them for the AFCON, was in charge of the team, we saw a more dynamic team. We saw a more, direct team. They played, put passes together, entertain you, in the process of trying to get a result too.
But Seasia didn't qualify.
Yeah, he didn't qualify, but Keshi won the AFCON.
And after what happened?
Yeah, no, but he won the AFCON. That was matters most. It doesn't matter whether you fail to qualify or not. But you have gone there to win.
True. But here's my point, Emeka. I'm saying Keshi qualified us and won the AFCON. But afterwards, that struggle continued. Something that just happened once in a blue moon?
You can attribute the failure to qualify for the next AFCON to the wranglings around the leadership of the NFF. If you recall, it was in the heat of the politicking, who is in charge, Giwa, Amajo Pinnick and what have you. So many uncertainty surrounding the leadership of the federation. So he played a part in our failure to qualify under Keshi. And of course, you come to think of it, the man has been doing this for some time now. 5 years. We haven't seen any drastic change in our approach, in the way we play and all that. So personally, I think yesterday I was watching and I was also doing my production, and it didn't look like anything was really happening. Come to think of it, and the NTA are also not helping matters. The quality of the feed was very, very terrible. So everything, it just come on. I don't know what's happening in this country. Before, if Nigeria is playing, if we are playing, you will see it on TV. Very clear. We are playing qualifiers, World Cup, and whatever. We have we have it on NTA and what have you. But today things have changed. The team is not playing well. We are struggling to even watch it. The other day we were playing against Liberia. We didn't see the Osimhen goal. The first goal is called. Sorry, the Iheanacho goal. We didn't see the first goal because they were off air. Then they lost. They had technical issues and what have you. And they were doing analysis in the studio. And then they say, Iheanacho has scored for Nigeria, and we are saying Iheanacho celebrating. We didn't see the goal. Till now I didn't see the first goal. So is that what we?
Off your mind.
Off your mind.
Thank you.
All right, let's take your reactions on the show regarding the ongoing US Open, where Novak Djokovic could collide with or maybe take on Dani Medvedev. That's if he gets past Matteo Berrettini and probably gets to win his 21st Grand Slam title. And of course, the return of the Nigeria Basketball Premier League. And we've had some matches or some games today in which results have reeled out earlier on. And then the Super Eagles, they were able to get the result yesterday against Cape Verde, courtesy of two blunders, two schoolboy errors from the defense of the Cape Verdeans. First off, basically defensive errors coming in, and then that spectacular own goal that was scored. All right,
Reliance. See, we talked about this thing here. About a month ago, when Rivers Angels were going to Abidjan to play the zonal qualifiers for the CAF Women's Champions League, the PDP chairman in Rivers State promised a goal for 1 million naira for each goal, and the guy scored about 13 goals or so. The man never give the money. 1 month after. He never give. He's here to redeem that pledge. 1 month after.
You talked about something.
I said this man, these guys they want wreck this man. Where are they going to get 30 million to give to them?
You talked about so many things we should get used to in this country. I think this is also
promise of
It's okay.
But by the way, before I take phone lines, now the NFF, I just recall they released earlier today about deferring to FIFA's 98 caps for Ahmed Musa. Reasons stated, and I'm asking, is it like the NFF were not aware that the two matches against Togo and the one against Algeria were cancelled, or is FIFA just coming up with that one today?
They are aware, but they thought those matches will still count. After all, it was a communication. There was a correspondence between NFF and FIFA in 2017 when the Shehu Abdullahi incident took place. Luckily for us, who had qualified for the World Cup already. Abdullahi had accumulation of cards and he was not supposed to play that game. We fielded him, and that match was cancelled outrightly because we fielded an ineligible player, and the 3 points and 3 goals awarded to Algeria. So it was assumed that the match never held there, so it will not count. And earlier that year, we had a friendly match against Togo in Paris, and we made more than 6 substitutions in the friendly match, rendering the match not recognized by FIFA. It means FIFA will not recognize, because if you make more than 6 substitutions, so if you have and maybe somehow the understanding was also an issue that
I think FIFA would have forgotten that something like that happened.
FIFA did forget. But come to think of it, it's shameful, isn't it? It's shameful. We are celebrating the man that has played 100 matches, but FIFA are the ones correcting us, saying no, 2 of those matches are invalid. So it's 98, and now we have deferred to FIFA. So we have to learn how to do things right. I recall then when Keshi was still coach of the team, there was this match in Calabar. It was I think a Nations Cup qualifying match. If Ambrose was not supposed to play, but he had been invited to play that match. So it took Ambrose himself to call the NFF, to write to the NFF, let them know that he's ineligible because he had accumulation of cards. If he had played that match, would have been.
We are still where we
are. My brother, Liverpool, Nigeria.
So for the records, Ahmed Musa has played 98 matches for the Super Eagles, and come October, if he features in the double-legged encounter against Central African Republic, that will make it 100 caps for the man. Hopefully, Amaji Pinnick will give him that 10 million as at that time.
And he has already donated.
The celebration is taking off for now. 5 million he donated to the team, but all of that.
So that man has been complaining. that they should relieve that man of his job for him to go. So that our football can move forward. They should start General. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much, Eto. Okay, lost that call. Let's take some messages from the WhatsApp portal. Good afternoon, I am Wisdom texting from LMA. Me, I don't know what you people want from the team. Our second string squad beat Cape Verde at their home ground. The same Algeria that won 8 goals to nothing. And we are praising them. Went away and drew. Okay, the same Algeria that won 8 goals to nothing and we were praising them went away and drew. So let us cut that team some slack. Thank you very much, Wisdom. 95.1.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon. Your name and location.
My name is Osi. I'm calling.
Also, turn down the volume on your listening device. Is it done?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead. All right, Osi, we might have to take your call again. That's if you call back to do what to call us back. 95.1.
Good afternoon, my brothers in the studio.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome. Your name and location.
Yeah, my name is Steve. My name is Steve Ngbo. I'm coming from Port Harcourt.
Go ahead.
I want to please ask you guys in the studio, do you ever believe that back money can beat backer 8-0 in your life, throughout your life? Have you ever think of that in your wildest dream? Buying money to beat backer 8-0. Do you ever think that about is possible?
It was 8-2. What's your point? Go ahead.
Good. My point is that you guys in the studio, you are doing well, okay? Before this match, you have already ruled out. You are saying you already ruled out the performance of the Super Eagles, and everybody saying Roy should go, Roy should go, he should go, Roy should go, including you, poor journalists there. I want to appeal that present day football is so dynamic. You can have the best players on your side, but when it's going to happen, it will happen. It's not that nothing has happened. So that's the football.
Right.
That's why most of you are into this best Nigeria. You do all those things behind. So it seems most of the time influence your decision. Please encourage this man to be on the field. Take these boys. Anything can come. Just one day you could start. What you are saying to you, we have been very different. So this guy lost that man yesterday. I thought I've been following you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the contribution. 95.1.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, Simon. Let's hear you.
I'm seeing where the last caller stopped. The truth there is a person like me, I love good football. Even my local team, anybody that knows me, know that my team plays very good football. But I love good football also with results, not just playing good football. So instead of my team, we play good football, at the end of the day, we lose. Let us just play muscle football.
And get the result. That's a nice spot to learn, Simon. Thank you very much. Play. No, any I want to play, just get the result.
Reliance, there's also that combination of playing well and getting results.
And also getting results.
If you play bully, you go to
95.1.
Thank you, the classical gentleman.
Thank you very much for calling us. What's your name? Where you calling us from?
Apostle of Love, calling from Aba.
Go ahead.
I greet guys in the house.
We greet you.
Well, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm all right. See, it's a simple thing the way we handle our sports activities in this nation. You see, I'm agitating offering. I'm not against giving somebody money or appreciating somebody's effort. You should not start something that others will not follow. We know what happens in this nation. Like Emeka said, the River Rangers were promised 1 million naira per go. And up to now, that money has not been given to them. And these people are not even ashamed. It's horrible.
Okay.
But I'm talking about Geneso. I've been saying this. That man is fortunate to be Nigerian coach this time. But the guys, they did their best yesterday, especially that boy, AGK and Michael.
Okay.
So, every match, you will agree with me that you don't even give them a chance. That same Quebec beat Cameroon 3-1 in that game. And so, own goal is part of the game.
Nice spot to learn. Thank you very much. Let me take some SMSs. Good day all. Can we get the results of other African teams? Nigeria 2, Liberia 0, Nigeria 2, Cape Verde 1, Raw try, please. Odo from a chair. Thank you very much, Odo from a chair. This one says, Emeka, that own goal reminds me of Godwin Odie. Nigeria score Nigeria. All right. Thank you very much. This one says, good day, sports crew. It's indeed a thing of joy that the Super Eagles could make it over there in Cape Verde by picking all 3 points at stake. I see them also winning car.
That's Central African Republic.
Okay, Central African Republic home and away and qualify even with two games to spare. Jenny from Bakana. Thank you very much, Jenny. Sports crew, good afternoon. People keep talking about results. What has Ghana Raw won, by the way? Sonny Bubu from Igrita Ali. Thank you very much. Let's switch to the WhatsApp portal. This one says, I beg, let's leave the Super Eagles alone. Roy is trying, Joe. Let's qualify and leave calculators. Prince from Port Harcourt. Earlier on he said, see how his teammates celebrated his 100 caps. So all those were just waste of time. NFF is a big joke. That nearly cost us. Prince from Port Harcourt. This one says, good afternoon to you all. I'm not impressed with the Super Eagles performance yesterday. I think the coach still have a lot of work to do. Anyways, congrats to them for the win. Kifu Pero is your name. All right, let's.
Investment Conference September edition is tagged Making an Extra Income from the Global Economy Using AI. AI is artificial intelligence. And during this conference, we will take you through a step-by-step approach on how you can leverage on the knowledge of our AI. Our AI is called Alexis to power your success in the global economy. We shall be introducing you to higher options and investment opportunities over an array of financial assets, such as global stocks in manufacturing, real estate, transportation, entertainment, food, technology, health, and many more. We'll also walk you through fixed incomes, currencies, blockchain, oil and gas, right? This is not one of those high-yield investment programs. In fact, during the testing phase of our AI, that is Alexis, early users were able to generate an annual ROI of over 40% on an extremely low risk. I mean, that is whooping. You know, early part of this year, we invested in a few stocks like Apple, and Apple is currently at $148. We looked into Walt Disney. Disney is now $178. And on our watch list now, our AI has already given us indices, all right, and about some entry positions where we can take on a stock like Zoom. We are currently observing Zoom and we'll be buying Zoom very soon. And then on currencies, we're looking at the USD Canadian dollar to sell it for the next 2 years, all right, to sell it for the next 2 years. Like I said, this is not one of those high yield investment programs. We make real investment on extremely low risk. And this seminar is absolutely free. It's absolutely free. If you want to make an extra income or you wish to grow your income organically, then this conference is for you. How do you attend the conference? You can attend either online or offline. To attend it, just simply text AI to 0816 558 3332. To attend offline, text AI offline to 0816 558 3332. All right, and if you're attending offline and online, the details of the conference will be sent to you. Offline, we are meeting at Naga Capital Office at 3738 Gad Benjamin Plaza, Rainbow Town, Peter Odili Road, Port Harcourt. While if you're attending online, it's fine. All the details will be sent to you. Just text AI online or offline to 0816 558 3332. Right? And this is an opportunity to move your investment and organically grow your income to the next level. It's going to be a great one. It is going to be a fantastic one. There is a morning session by 10 a.m. and there is an evening session by 5 p.m. You can choose anyone you want to attend. Simply text or send on WhatsApp AI to 0816 558 3332. See you this Friday during the September edition of our conference. It's going to be a great one. Have a great day. Bye.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
evening. Here's the news update at 4 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kala Kurubatubo. Pensioners in Rivers State have staged a protest in Port Harcourt to demand the payment of their gratuities. Today FM's Uchende Jawa reports that the pensioners, who are mainly retirees from 2015 till date, commenced their protest from the Rivers State Secretariat complex and intended to march to the Rivers State Government House before the Commissioner for Police, Friday Eboka, intervened. Some of the aggrieved pensioners, including their coordinator, Lucky Ati, told newsmen that they decided to protest against River State government for allegedly denying them their pension areas and gratuities since inception of this administration. The pensioners complained that their members are dying in numbers on a daily basis while their children are sent out to school. Addressing the protesters, the Commissioner of Police pleaded with them to suspend the protest and promised to convey their message to Governor Nyesom Wike for quick intervention. Two years of imprisonment or a fine of 300,000 naira or both now awaits any spouse who forcefully evicts his or her partner from their matrimonial home. This is according to the Rivers State Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law passed by Rivers State House of Assembly on the 10th of December 2020 and assented to by Governor Nyesom Wike. The law forbids the removal of a spouse from their homes without due process. A group known as Federation of International Female Lawyers, FIDA, highlighted the contents of the law during the sensitization campaign on the VAP law in Rumwakunde and Ingut Tanwu communities in Emoa local government area. According to the state chairperson of FIDA, Inena Igbokwe, the law is for the protection of right of all persons and to stop all forms of violence and rancor amongst family members in the state, noting that under the VAP law, it is now a crime and harmful tradition signing the VAP bill into law, and FIDA for their effort to ensure that stakeholders know their rights. The FM's Uchende Jawa reports the human rights group also took their sensitization to Borokiri area of Port Harcourt Township in Port Harcourt City local government area of the state. The Council for the Department of State Service, IAWO, has told the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja that the case file relating to the fundamental human rights enforcement application filed by the aides to Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, was stolen by armed robbers. Awo told Justice Obiora Iguatu that his colleague who was to bring the case file to court had boarded a vehicle belonging to armed robbers, commonly known as One Chance. According to him, his belongings, including the case file, were hijacked by the armed robbers. On the foreign scene, military leaders who seized power in Guinea have released about 80 prisoners ahead of a summit of the West African group ECOWAS. The leaders of the ECOWAS bloc are due to meet virtually today to discuss the Guinea coup and the political transition in Mali. The prisoners had been opponents of President Alpha Conde, who was ousted by special forces under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Mamadi Douamboya. Douamboya accused 83-year-old Conde of rampant corruption, human rights abuses, and mismanagement. Guinea is rich in natural resources, including bauxite, needed to make aluminium. And that concludes the news update at 4 on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands on the regular with soap on the running water. Alternatively, have with you at all times alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good afternoon or good evening. I am Kalada Kurubatubo. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt. Every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
All stands, greet.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what we go use this for? Okay, carry your pen. Carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Sins of this people, many. So many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiply. The answer you get now waiting, they make poor man they cry. The answer you get now waiting, they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting, they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting, they make
so many people have died, over 300. Like I said, children are out of schools. Marriages are broken because of this thing. So what do we do? Commissioner of Police have come again to address us. We are waiting. Even we are appealing with you people too. Tell him to pay us, please.
The mind of retirees is that for long we have retired just from 12 to 12 to this present year now. We have not been paid. Not even our pension arrears, as to talk of the gratuity. So the government have been promising us. They have been promising a lot. The governor is not fulfilling the promise. They should pay us because some of us died because of suffer. We have suffered a lot.
It is our statutory right. We are entitled to pension from the very day you retire. I retired April 2016. That was when I retired. And they started paying me in June 2019. You can see it's about 38 months. Those 38 months are my rightful entitlement.
All right, one of the things that keep one going is the knowledge that you're out there sitting and waiting for this program to come on air every time, 5 minutes after 4 every day. One of the things that keeps me going is the knowledge that I'm not owing you any pension. I'm neither owing you any gratuity as well. And everything is in place. When you're not there, somebody stands in for you. I want to appreciate it because I know that you're seated comfortably in your living room waiting for this program to come on air. Today's Wednesday is another edition of the platform. My name is Onyekachi, reporting for duty. Today we'll be looking at 3 very important issues as usual that have made headlines in our news bulletin. Issues, of course, you listen to the insights from the pensioners in oil-rich River State. Yes, I need to stress that so that you know what it means for people who have worked, served the state for a number of years, for them to be without their gratuities and pension. You know what it means from a state, arguably one of the richest in the country. Time check is about 7 minutes after the hour of 4 o'clock. This is a platform, it's a radio program for you and I to interact and have our conversation and dine and wine and eat the things that have been served on the table. Today on the menu, we'll be looking at pensioners in River State protest over their unpaid gratuities. Emoha local government chairman Chidi Lloyd bars visitors who are not with their PVCs from accessing his office. Also, we have on the table River State Governor Nyeso Wike insists that no agency of government can dictate to the state government on the collection of taxes. Let's start with the issue of the taxes so we can go straight down to the issue regarding the pensioners. River State Governor today met with some stakeholders and insisted that no agency of the federal government can dictate to the state government on the collection of taxes. The governor was reacting to the latest disagreement between the state government and the Federal Inland Revenue Service over the rightful agency to collect withholding and value-added tax in the state. The governor, who was speaking during an interactive section with corporate organizations in Port Harcourt, said the collection of VAT by the state government, by the state of the federation, is backed by the constitution. The governor also decried a situation where the federal government collects 7.5% of the sum of all the projects he awards in the state.
Take for example, I give out the contract for the development of my state. Roads, say 200 billion naira. Take for example. What is the business of federal government to come and collect 7.5% of the road I have given out in my state? Not even federal roads, as it will be. In my own state, local roads that I have awarded to companies in my state. So federal government takes 7.5% of 200 billion naira and distributes amongst the states. So what encourages me to go and give out that contract? So you allow me to come and call the BB companies, I award contract to them, then you come and collect the tax, and go and distribute it to other states who are not awarding contracts. Hey, how does it sound? I sit here, have headache, thinking of what to do. Some people are sleeping in their houses, staying in Abuja every day. Then I award contract. You take my own, you say it's via collecting VAT to go and share.
All right, quickly, the governor also accused the Federal Inland Revenue Service of secretly writing to the House of Representatives to insert the collection of tax in the exclusive legislative list, even when the Rivers State government are already in court to challenge the agency for collecting VAT.
He wrote to the National Assembly through the office of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps to amend the Constitution when we are already challenging that it is not your responsibility to collect VAT. You knew that what you were doing was not the right thing. You now, in 1st of July, wrote a letter through the office of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives to insert VAT under the exclusive list. Office of the Executive Chairman, FIRS. So the Deputy Speaker has already said, look at the request made. Request for sponsorship of a bill for the establishment of the proposed Federal Revenue Court of Nigeria and the insertion of value-added tax under item 58 of exclusive legislative list. So you know that VAT is not under the exclusive list. You now surreptitiously to come to the back for them to amend the Constitution so that you can now have that under your jurisdiction.
Now, our talking point on this very important issue, do we think the decision of the Rivers State government is for the interest of the people? Yes, many times when politicians begin to advance cases like this, advance their case in issues like this, they use the people as an excuse. People at the grassroots, my people will enjoy. This is for the people of Rivers State. I will not sit here and watch my people suffer. But then, in a state like Rivers State, we hear senior citizens on the streets trying to shut down the government house because they've not been paid gratuities since the inception of this government. And then the same government is coming to say, we want this tax because it's going to impact positively on the people. Now, do we now believe that this decision by the Rivers State government is for the interest of the people at the grassroots? And do you think the state government can win this legal battle ahead? Because, of course, you and I know there is indeed legal battle ahead. I'm sure, and I know you know also, that this matter will most likely get to the APS court. 95.1, good evening. The numbers to call 081700 00951, 0810-9510951. You can send us a message on 0710-9339-962. 95.1, good evening.
Good evening, my brother Onyekachi.
Good evening.
My name is Uncle Tom. You see, River State government, led by our Honorable Governor, has tried. He has tried to fight that fight. I commend him for that. But what I want to advise him is that let him consider the civil servant and the senior citizen that you just mentioned now, that they were about to shut down the government house.
Yes. I don't want us to digress to that matter. Let's deal with the issue of the tax, the battle ahead of the state government, because you and I know that there may be legal battles ahead. This matter may likely get to the PES court.
I know.
What impact do you think this added tax will have on the citizens of River State, knowing also that some citizens, some civil servants, or not some, civil servants we hear have not started enjoying the minimum wage.
Yes.
You know, some of them have complained that they've not started enjoying the minimum wage. Senior citizens have complained they are not being paid gratuities and pension, and yet the state government is saying if we get this tax, it will impact positively on the people. Do you believe that? Can that sell? Can you buy that?
Yes.
That excuse?
Let me believe him now, but he has been giving us such promises concerning that minimum wage. He said once the federal government approves, he will pay. Now let's see what he can do with the money that he will collect from this VA thing.
All right, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate you. 95.1, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. For me, the right thing should be done.
Okay. What's the right thing for you?
Whether the government of River State will pay the pensioners or not.
Okay.
If the law said the VAT should pay to River State, that is the law.
Okay.
Then if the government does not utilize it, we'll start calling the station and start shouting. You have collected it, you're not making use of it well. But I think it is very wrong if what the governor said is right. I don't even want to go to the north. Let me take you close to Abia State here. When you go to Abia State, you will not even believe there's a government in that state. And a River State government that is doing construction company, you collect their VAT and go and give to that state. That is, for me, is an injustice. Then come from the issue of alcoholic consumption in the east and the south. Some states in the north, they say you won't even sell it. You dare not even sell it. And some of this alcoholic drink get VAT, pay to the federal government, and they share it to you that doesn't want to drink. So to me, it doesn't make any sense. If you look at even the northern Nigeria and some of the governors say the federal government should start collecting their VAT for them. Because of what? Because of lack of productivity.
Thank you so
Let's
much.
get the governance right in Nigeria and forget about the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. 95.1, good evening.
Yeah, Kashi.
Good evening.
Yeah. This is Pastor George Buguma in Kalabala. Kashi. Yes, welcome. See, it is not serving the interest of any river person. You see, you are not here. Is it on yesterday or day before yesterday when Kalada was there? We discussed about this thing. And some persons are thinking that it is only for the interest of River State. You have said it now. Look at people who are crying. It is only to serve their family and their political cronies. I am telling you. Now go. Okay. Even the PIB bill that we are requesting for up to 5%, that 3% was given, my brother, is it not for the benefit of the host community? Just like this one now, that is saying the interest. Go to the local areas where most of this.
Sorry, Pastor Isaiah, let me cut in and ask you. This likely may get to the appeals court. I mean, the legal battle ahead. How much of clout do you think the River State government has to win this battle? It is against the federal government.
Kashi, yes, they can't see. This is just Elegragra. You understand? The first instant court that is giving him this judgment is just Elegragra. Most times, go behind that judgment to see that many things are changing. And are you with me?
All right, thank
you.
All right, thank you.
What I can see.
Thank you. 95.1, good evening.
Hello, good afternoon, Ekashi.
Yes, good evening. You're welcome. This is a platform today, 95.1.
This Commander Lotu calling from Bayelsa.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah, you asked a question if the fight that the governor is fighting with federal government is a good fight.
to me, it's a good fight because let's look it beyond the governor. Fine, he might not use the money very well for the people, but he has just few years to live. After a few years he's leaving, the next man that is coming in might decide to use the money well. So let this fight is for us. For me, it's a very good fight. And when a matter is so obvious, it's difficult for judges to change it.
All right.
And I believe tomorrow this matter, even to the Supreme Court, Rivers State government will win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Quickly, we'll go to the next item on the menu, which has to do with the pensioners in the state. Those senior citizens who are being owed their gratuities. They also said that they've not been paid their pension as well. Pensioners in Rivers State today took to the streets of Port Harcourt to demand for the payment of their gratuities. Today FM's Uche Nduejo reports that the pensioners, who are mainly retirees from 2015 till date, commenced their protests from the Rivers State Secretariat complex and intended to march to the Rivers State Government House before the Commissioner of Police, Friday Buka, intervened. Some of the aggrieved pensioners, including their coordinator, Lucky Ati, told newsmen that they decided to protest against the Rivers State government for allegedly denying them their pension arrears and gratuities since inception of this administration. The pensioners also complained that their members are dying in numbers on a daily basis with their children, while their children are sent out of school. Let's take a listen.
So many people have died, over 300. Like I said, children are out of schools. Marriages are broken because of this thing. So what do we do? Commissioner of Police have come again to address us. We are waiting. Even we are appealing with you people to tell him to pay us, please.
The mind of retirees is that for long we have retired just from 12 to 12 to this present year now. We have not been paid. Not even our pension arrears, as to talk of the gratuity. So the government have been promising us. They have been promising a lot. The governor is not fulfilling the promise. They should pay us because some of us died because of suffer. We have suffered a lot.
It is our statutory right. We are entitled to pension from the very day you retire. I retired in April 2016. That was when I retired. And they started paying me in June 2019. You can see it's about 38 months. Those 38 months are my rightful entitlement.
All right, addressing the protesters, the Commissioner of Police pleaded with them to suspend the protest and promised to convey their message to Governor Nyesom Wike for his quick intervention.
2012, 2014, up to now, you are not receiving your gratuity. And almost all of you are the age of 60. And when you reach 60, you need money to maintain yourself. And when you are 60, you don't have strength to work very well again. So the government should be looking after you as senior citizen. So I've listened to all the programs, and I want to assure you that I will take it up from this place. But very soon I will retire. I will take care of you, they will not take care of you. So I will make sure I carry your grievances, all you have articulated, and pass it on to the governor to make you pay your plight. So I want to thank you very much for the way you conducted yourself so far. You have shown us that you are responsible citizens of this country and this state. So please, when I leave here, I will make efforts to see the governor to you and convince him all you have said. Even a copy of the letter you sent to me, I forwarded it to him too. So before I get there, when I get there, we'll discuss it further.
Well, this is to me quite touchy that senior citizens after serving the state will still be on the streets to demand for their payments of their services in a state like Rivers that is arguably one of the richest in the country, oil producing states like Rivers State. That's quite unfortunate. But then Uche Nduejo is in the studio with me. He was with these senior citizens earlier on today. He saw their faces. He was there when they were complaining and when the Commissioner of Police also intervened to stop the protest and promised to convey that message to the governor. Uchendu, thank you so much for joining me in the studios this evening.
Thank you, Nekaji.
Yeah, good to have you, Uchendu. Quickly, you were on the street with these senior citizens. Can you paint a picture of what you saw in their faces?
You know, I actually saw suffering in the eyes of this. You know, why it is quite touching is most of these guys, these people you see, they are elderly people that came. Some of them, they managed to just push them out with walking stick. That was why, you know, they decided to occupy the government house. Since the governor had a meeting with some stakeholders, I think they termed this their protest when the governor invited stakeholders today for this VAT interaction, the whole of that place was filled up. So they actually wanted to occupy the government house entrance so that those who went for meeting may not see a way of coming out. They wanted to just carry their walking stick and lie down there. They moved all the way from Secretariat all through Norgay office, moving. I think somebody passed a signal to the governor who may have consulted the Commissioner of Police, who now ambushed these protesters. You know, the CP is a wise person. He couldn't allow them pass. If you are conversant with the town from CBM going to post office before you now come to government house, just there he blocked them and pleaded. In fact, they had to give them transport. I must confess to you, just to please these elderly people. These people actually, if you look at them, you will see them. You see people. You know, they are actually saying that the governor Wike has been paying them the monthly pension. This monthly pension, don't forget that some of them who retire, who was paid maybe 30,000 naira monthly in their office, the pension could be around maybe 3,000 naira or 1.5. That is the monthly. That one they have been getting it. So, what will you be doing with 1,500 as a family demand, as aged person in that area? Is it for drugs or whatever? That particular one, they said the governor has not been owing them. He has been paying that one. But they are saying that this one cannot take them anywhere. This one cannot even carry them on a daily task within the family. So that pension arrears and gratuity is the one that they invested. In fact, it's like their investment that they've invested.
Of course, that one comes in block.
In block. That if you give it to anybody, it can set up one small thing that they will begin to manage their life. The money for drugs. Some of them came, you know, you can see people, those elderly people that they live their life on drugs now. Some of them even came, you can see the bag of drugs in their hand and all that. So this complaint, you know, when you hear some of them say their children have been sent out of school, you don't have to argue them, because if you look at them, you look at people that have worked in the ministry, they didn't have any other thing. They were coming to office on daily basis until they retired. Where again did they have the money to go and set up one thing or the other? So I think I saw suffering in their hand.
Okay, but in the midst of all of the CP was able to
convince them to stop. But
what was the messages that came out from the CP's mouth when he was talking to? What was those beyond what we had on the soundbite? What was those promises that he made that made those senior citizens go back and say? Was there an ultimatum from the retirees to say after this time will come back?
Even while the CP was addressing them, they actually told him, we are going to listen to you, but we are giving 2 weeks. If the message we are giving to you now doesn't get to the governor and the governor doesn't reply us or respond to it, and we see evidence of what we have sent to you now, by 2 weeks, we don't think you can stop us again. They told him, he said, we don't think you can stop us again unless you want to kill all of us. And then CP, with his kind word, told them he was going to convey all their messages. And the messages is, tell the governor to pay us our pension arrears and gratuity. We have suffered so long. Let him pay us. He has continued to promise us that he will. Up till now, they talk about contributory pension. That is issue they said have been settled. They talk about go and do biometric, and some of them said they have done biometric more than 3 times, getting set of this. Governor has continued to promise them. Now, they had wanted to all those promises to end today by them occupying that place.
There's a report, sorry to cut in, there's a report also of a committee set up for this matter.
Tripartite committee. That one came, that tripartite committee came when a labor union wanted to shut down River State. So it was that committee, and they said the report of that committee is already before the governor in his table. So And they also like the pensioners say they know what is in the report. So him should implement what he has in his table, or he should make it public. If it is not in their favor or is against them, let him make it public. But he has continued to hid it within him and has not acted on it. That report, remember, before they suspended that protest that time, that protest was also the plight of the pensioners were part of why the labor were protesting that time. So the tripartite committee has already brought their reports, sent to the governor. Anyway, just like you heard from them, the governor is yet to act on that report.
Okay, on daily basis, you hover around Moscow Road, the government house. Is there any feelers from the government quarters, officials of the state government, as to why this gratuity has been delayed, or when they are going to even begin to effect the payments of this gratuity? Is there anything you're hearing from that quarter, from Moscow Road, from the government?
No. Even sometimes we move straight to the secretariat. Through the secretariat, the podium block. That is where you hear more of some of the commissioners has in one or off-record discussion with us said there has not been any move per se. But if the governor want to do it like tomorrow, I think the fund to do it wouldn't be a problem. Governor can just wake up and direct the financial institute to credit these people. So, but for any plan, we've not heard. But that we've not heard does not mean that the governor cannot do it. So, governor can do it anytime, because they believe that, there was, when we are talking to them today, they said there is on yearly basis, there is this budget and there's a allocation for payment of gratuity and pension. And they collect over how many billions. And governor has come up to say that he pays how many billions on a monthly basis. So if you plus what the governor is paying minus what from what they collect as budget, then it means there are enough money left from 2015 till today. So they are saying, add up all these ones that if you think you said you have been paying so billion on us. Okay, the other ones that they remove from the budget that we used to know. Because this budget, sometimes they will say, oh, this is for pension, this is for education, this for this. They say, add up the other ones, pay us. If you release it to us, we will go home with something.
All right, before I let you go, I want us to quickly go to the next issue. I know you have one or two things to attend to, but quickly before you go, you are from Emoha, but this story has to do with your local government in Emoha. The chairman, Chidi Lloyd, has come out to direct visitors to his office, not to come to his office again, except they are coming with their permanent voter cards. That's Dr. Chidi Lloyd, the chairman of Emoha local government. The directive was, which is supposed to take effect from today.
Yes.
Is intended to encourage residents of Emoha local government area from 18 years and above who are yet to register with INEC to participate in the ongoing continuous voter registration exercise by INEC to obtain their permanent voter cards, with a view to increasing the number of registered voters in the local government. The directive is also binding on all visitors from outside Emoha local government area from 18 years and above. The special assistant on protocol to the local government chairman is mandated to ensure full compliance with this directive. Which can do. You cannot. Except, do you have PVC? If you don't have, don't bother to even go there.
I have PVC.
You must not be sending news from that local government office.
I have PVC. Let's believe that the law is trying to make difference. This one, we've not heard this one before. That you must be.
That's the first time for everything.
That's the first time for everything. So I think the law is trying to make different. So let's see where it will. When he came on board, you must write attendance at the gate before you enter as a staff of that local government. But now you can. I moved there the other day. I see people can now move. So maybe you can write inside now in your department, not at the gate. But from when he came, it was at the gate. So this one, PVC, you must hold it before. it's part of encouraging our people. Maybe he might be coming for something bigger in 2023, so he wants Emoha people to have PVC to vote for him or vote for his friend that he think he might be coming. So I think Chidiloy is a good son of Emoha local government
again,
for doing this.
Seriously, we should know. Some people may think that it would have been better for him to intensify sensitization, education,
my dear,
than stopping people from accessing his office because you don't have a physical If I tell him that I left it at home, I will not be allowed access except I bring it and show like a gate pass before I can access his office.
Well, you should have even asked how many persons is going to visit Chid if not his political alliance. And if I'm going to get my identification later in Emoha, do I need to meet Chidiloy? There are offices you go and get it without meeting Chidiloy. They bring it for you. So what will take you to Chidiloy? Am I going to sign one project that will make, unless those how many persons will go and sign a project within that will go and see Chidiloy? So I think they have a limited number of persons that will visit him on daily basis, or it's a way of trying to chase some set of people from disturbing his office. Politicians, they have strategies of having their way when they have a lot of disturbs. So it could be a way. So it's good for Emoha people. It's good for Chidiloy. Yes, it's starting from local government, and other local governments should. But the best way is proper way of sensitizing the people. Go to communities, build canopies, pay tank criers, and
in
go
local
play
dialects.
In local dialects. You can also play jingles in what we are doing and other medium, so that people will be aware that only those who comes to your office is those you will regulate to ensure that one. I don't think is the best way, but I think he has started something.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure having you in the studio, Uchendu. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Ekachi.
All right, quickly, I will now open the phone lines for our guests, or our listeners, I beg your pardon, to be a part of this conversation. But before we do that, we have some messages here. This one is saying, please, my brother, the present government even tried and built one park. Okay, the state government. Okay, this is saying, please, my brother, don't... Okay, greetings, Mr. Onika. I see a big fight for the governor and River State in general, but my question is, why are we this deceitful to those who lead? Where you say fight for the people, but they are crying out there in the street for not being taken care of what rightfully belongs to the people. What a pitiable society we find ourselves in the hands of wrong leadership. Kelvin sent in that from Bayelsa. It is not only pension arrears and gratuity, but civil servants have not been promoted since the past 10 years. Some people retired with the same grade level they were employed. It is quite unfortunate. The governor should do something about it. Christopher Nodim, JP, sent in this from Iche. Good evening, presenter. The fight is a very good fight. Lagos state government is supporting this cause. It's high time state governors should put in their thinking caps. Whether River State is not government decision, let's have you talk to us about what you think about the two issues we have raised. One is the pension issue. The other is the one in Emoha, where the chairman has said that you can't access my office if you don't come physically with your PVC. Don't tell me it's at home. Come with it. I want to see it. The original copy, not photocopy. That's what Dr. Chidiloy is saying to us. 95.1, good evening.
Good evening, Mr.
Good evening, Mr. David Esquire.
You're just trying to seeking their death, because at the age of 60, there is high possibility that you'll be suffering from hypertension. There is higher chances of you suffering from hepatitis, B or A, the other terminal diseases, even arthritis, and you will regularly need drugs and checkups. So he's just trying to quicken the death of these other persons. Maybe they are constituting reasons to him. Next thing he will tell you is that it cannot be blackmail. This is just blackmail. The opposition is using them.
Mr. David, let's dwell on the issue, I beg. I don't have an
And remember, the money is coming from their contributory pension fund. That means every month they have amount they deduct from them to put in a trust fund on their with the government holds on their behalf. So it is actually their right they are asking for. Money I have contributed, please give me back. And you are holding it for the past 6 years, refusing to give them. Who are you keeping it for? You are stockpiling it for the next government to come and pay, or what? That is inhumanity to another man. Then on everyone has the chairman's move. I commend to the Lord. That is a laudable one. Whatever that is going to make Nigerians get their PVCs so as to vote in leaders, credible leaders of their choice, and vote out non-performing leaders. I support it totally, but it should back up with more sensitization, more publicity, and getting to the grassroots. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much. 95.1, good evening. Anybody home?
Yeah, good evening. This is Commander Lotu once again.
Thank you for calling.
Yes, sir. I don't know the governors we are having in this region, if they are really leading the people, or how can you see old men and women crying every day, radio, TV, to the essence of people protesting to your government house, and you are seeing them, they are not bothered. Who are you ruling? You are voted to that office to rule people, not to rule structure. How much is the money that you cannot pay these old men and women? Why can't stop one flyover and use that money on these people? You see, our people are wicked. These are our fathers and mothers. I don't know. It's a pity.
It's a pity, my brother. Thank you so much.
It's a pity.
Thank you. 95.1, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel.
For me, it's very, very sad that the people will work for government, get retired, and they will not get their pension. For goodness sake, what is the need of working for government? How do you encourage people to work? Some of these individual dependent departments, they don't have another alternative. They believe as a worker, when I retire, I should be able to have something to sustain my life.
That's right.
And it's very unfortunate that Commissioner of Police in Rivers State used the word that he will send the message to the governor. Is he a commissioner appointed by Governor Wike or under the Wike cabinet? I don't know. Las Vegas, his workers are protesting. He was there. It seems like he really wants to do everything within his power to stop protests in Rivers State.
You mean the commissioner of police?
Yes.
He didn't forcefully stop them. He appealed to them. From what we gather, he also even assisted them with their transport fare back to their homes. So it wasn't like he forcefully stopped them from accessing the government house. Remember also that the retirees also gave ultimatum of 2 weeks. If nothing is done, they would probably return back to the government house.
I am not a fan of him giving money to them, because sometimes this individual who is wearing police uniform represents the body of politicians. They only want to make sure that they use some certain gimmick just to stop people not to exercise their freedom. Because one thing that government is afraid of is protest. Because if you don't pay people salary, they have every right to protest in your government house. For me, you can build bridges, you can build flyover, but if people are not alive, nobody will work on those bridges. And for you to be alive, you need to feed yourself. You need to take responsibility. And those things come from what? Your work. A work deserves his wages, and his wages is his money. Pay them their money, let them be alive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 95.1, good evening. Hello, good evening. Anybody home?
Good evening.
Good evening. We have two issues before us. One is
I know.
the Emoha.
What is
yes,
banking workers? To the law. I know. I listen to you.
Yeah. What's your name?
Cookie Gam.
Thank you for calling.
I live in Rivers State for about 30-something years. All the little 8 years. I've not seen someone suffer like this. I made you 8 years. I've not seen someone suffer the way I'm suffering in Rivers State now. I want to beg Governor Wike. I don't know how he did it to suffer. Go to the secretary. Last secretary was last year. No water, almost secretary last year. No pension, no promotion, nothing for civil servants. This men have started state for this number of years. Governor happy for them. Please, I'm very happy for this our civil servants. Watching the law. So say must go to his office with PVC and they laugh in Chinese language. Who will go to the chairman's office? It is voice. Who people go to the chairman's office? So that thing is doing there. Me, I look at it as just jamboree. You want to do jamboree? Let people hear it.
I want to ask you, have you got your PVC?
Oh, okay. I've been voting since Shagarin. I've been voting till today.
Okay, very well. Very well.
So for the law to put that law, for me I see it as I don't call the because let him go and go to town cry the village. Who give people transport from village to local government. What is that? That is say go to villages, give them transport, give them vehicles, tank carriers, radio jingles, bring them to register them to say talk to the office. Who go to any poor woman or poor come to his office.
All right, thank you.
It is only people that come to his office.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. 95.1. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, Onyekachi. My name is Amusi Chima. I'm calling you from GRA, Port Harcourt.
Thank you for calling.
Onyekachi, Nigeria is a crime against humanity. You understand? Because I see no reason why people who put up their strength, energy, vigor on the job for years and they beg to be paid up on what rightfully belongs to them. Nigeria is indeed a crime against humanity. I mean, does this country belong to politicians alone? But no, this country belongs to everybody. Now, some of these politicians, before they get out of the office, they will enact a law whereby they will be paid.
Let me continue and ask you. You've spoken in annoyance. You're not happy, obviously, with what is happening with the retirees. But some people are working presently as we speak. I'm sure you agree with some people who say the way these current retirees have been treated or are being treated will ultimately impact on the service being rendered by those in service now. Do you belong to this school of thought?
Of course. You understand? Now, Onyekachi, I'm saying before you cut in. Now, some of these leaders, they will insist a law that they will own a property in any part of the world. These are the people who spend just 8 years or 4 years in the office.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of country are we?
Yeah.
People should be paid without any hesitation. They need not to be begged on what rightfully belongs to them. On the Chidi Lloyd.
Go ahead.
On the Chidi Lloyd. That is my darling local government. That is not the way at all. It's unfortunate. I think Chidi Lloyd is trying to stop some people who is within his political circle who does not have who does not have PVC. You understand? So that is it. That's what I see here.
All right, thank you.
Because how many people visit in office?
All right, thank
you.
Thank you. But I'm thinking for those who are critical, the program is open for those who want to support a particular move or those who want to criticize that move. But for those who are criticizing the decision of the Emoha local government chairman, isn't that too early to criticize him for the action he has taken and adduce politics to it and say, look, it may be an intention or a subtle way to stop some people from visiting him in the office. Let's watch and see. The decision takes effect from today. I think we should just watch and see how it goes from this week, next week, and then we can now throw up areas that we think we need to criticize and call him to order and ask him to please amend, rather than the quick finger pointing. 95.1, good evening.
Hello, Onyekachi.
Good evening, Grandpa.
Sorry, Mr. John.
Oh, Mr. John, I beg your pardon, sorry.
Yes, this is man inhumanity to man.
Which one? The Chidi Lloyd?
I mean the pension. No, the pensioners.
Right.
The pensioners. You see, these old men and women are our parents and our elders, our uncles and all that. And look at how they are being treated by our so-called governor. So I am
governor, our executive.
Yes, he's our governor. Now look at it. Just as you rightly put it, oil-rich river state, treating its citizens this way. Since 2015, these men, just as I heard the voice of one of them, they have not received their gratuity. What kind of wicked governor or government is this? 2015. And how much is this money? This money is not, some of them, when they were working, they were not earning up to 30,000, some 40. And now that they have retired, it has been slashed. That is what somebody cannot pay.
All right.
In an oil-rich river state. What a shame.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 95.1, good evening.
Yeah, Kashi.
Good evening.
Yeah, George, I call back
Thank
on
you,
your
George.
second topic. Yes, my brother. Now, for what you see,
For which of the
and you
topics
hear
are you
from
talking
me,
about?
yeah, the protest of the people, the
pensioners.
The pensioners, yes. Now, from what he can do, after his investigation journalism, coming to tell you, is he in cognizance with the so-called interest that the governor is preaching about? Is he in any way in resemblance to what is telling us? You see, now you and me know the level of intensive attention that the governor of the state has given to the judiciary. Is it anything to compare to what you are seeing today? The level of cars, the SUVs, the hundreds of millions
make me understand you, because we don't have too much time. Are you saying? Just hold on. Are you saying that the River State government deserves some sort of commendation for the impact they have made in the judiciary? Is that what you're saying? Or I don't understand.
My brother,
make me understand.
What I'm trying to tell you that if nobody, they should not come and be telling us that they are doing anything for them. If it is for the interest of the citizens of River State, so they will not be hearing pensioners from 2015, 14, 16 coming to the street crying and shouting and explaining their predicament and their plight to the public. We won't be hearing all these things. But I am saying that compared to what we've seen in the past, where the River State government in fact the government in particular is giving us huge amount of millions to judicial
to some people
judges,
right.
And yes, if you compare, my brother, I am annoyed. Let me tell you, before you know, they will leave it to political, that the politicians is behind, as the ones sponsoring them.
All right, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I think that's how much time will permit us to take on this program today. That's the size of our package this Wednesday evening. It's a pleasure being back on the stable to anchor this program. I appreciate all of those who have called in, those who tried to call but couldn't. Thank you for your effort. Do not forget, like I would always say, go get your PVCs. Let's reduce the talking and do more of the voting so we can vote in those who were once there, so that we can make the real change that we all desire, or that we all wanted for ourselves and for the future generation. My name is Onyekachi Wonsu. Bye for now.
Can start exporting Nigeria agro products like palm oil, bitter cola, ginger, crayfish, and others abroad and get paid in dollars. Export business in Nigeria is a new gold mine, and with me in the studio is the South coordinator from the School of Export Import, Mr. Adebola Erifolami.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. The School of Export Import is organizing a free 2-day Export-Import Business Summit. And in this summit, we will train and guide 40 persons to quickly and easily start a successful export-import business without stress. You see, this business is about how you can buy products like palm oil, ogbono, bitter cola, ginger, cashew nut, soybeans, shea nut, and others at a very cheap rate here in Nigeria, and then supply to buyers in countries like US, UK, Canada, Dubai, and other parts of Europe for like 2 to 3 times profit. For instance, you can buy 1 liter of palm oil here in Nigeria for, let's say, 900 naira, and then supply to buyers in the US, UK, or other parts of Europe for $20 to $25. Now imagine how much profit you will be making if you supply just 1,000 to 3,000 liters every 3 months. And guess what? You don't have to start thinking about how to get foreign buyers for your product, because we have some foreign buyers on ground that are 100% available to buy your product. You can't get this anywhere else, so take advantage of it now. Also, if you don't have the time to do this or to learn this, we can help to do all the work for you. So you just fold your hands and receive your payment from the buyer. But terms and conditions apply. This business summit holds this Friday and Saturday. Venue is at our office, Deborah Lawson House, Abacha Road, beside Chicken Republic, GRA, Port Harcourt. Time is 11 a.m. daily. To reserve your seat, text your preferred date of attendance, such as Friday or Saturday, to 0806 172 4672. Again, 0806 172 4672. Once again, to attend, text your preferred day of attendance, such as Friday or Saturday, to 0806 172 4672. Again, 0806 172 4672.
So why do you think one should consider starting the exportation business?
One good thing about this business is that you can make a lot of money off it. This business is very profitable, especially now that the dollar rate is very high. Secondly, export business is not time or energy consuming. It's not stressful. It's not a business that takes you away from your job or family. So you can do it alongside your regular day-to-day activities, and you can do it anywhere, even from the comfort of your home or office. It's so simple, so easy for anybody to do. The truth is that the demand for Nigerian products overseas is overwhelming, so we need more people to join this business. And yes, you don't even need a lot of money to start this business. You can start with as little as 150,000 naira to 450,000 naira. You can start it even if you're a lawyer, banker, civil servant, business owner, pastor, engineer, or doctor.
So how does one qualify for this training?
First off, you must be ready to start immediately. Secondly, you must have a minimum of 150,000 naira to 450,000 naira to start immediately. On the other hand, we also spoke about importation. You will discover how to import products from US, UK, Turkey, China, and Dubai. My dear, with as little as 150,000 naira, you can start these businesses and be making so much income for yourself. Can you imagine buying women's jewelry for about 50 naira and resell it in Nigeria for 2,000 naira, or flash drives and memory cards for as low as 300 naira to resell for 5,000 naira here in Nigeria? That's what we're talking about. This business summit holds this Friday and Saturday. Venue is at our office, Deborah Lawson House, Abacha Road, beside Chicken Republic, GRA, Port Harcourt. Time is 11 a.m. daily. To reserve your seat, text your preferred date of attendance, such as Friday or Saturday, to 0806 172 4672. Again, 0806 172 4672. Once again, to attend, text your preferred day of attendance, such as Friday or Saturday, to 0806 172 4672. Again, 0806 172 4672. The summit is completely free, but you pay just 5,000 naira for your training materials right there at the venue. Certificates will also be offered to participants by the School of Export-Import Head Office. See you there.
Grace of my life, you have blessed me, oh Father. Now I dance like a winner man. I will praise you, Lord, for your blessed me, oh Father, now I dance like a winner man.
I will praise you, Lord, for your grace on my life. You have blessed me, oh Father, now I dance.
So when you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
When you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
Oh, when you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
When you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
So when you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
When you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
When you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
When you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
Say, oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Say, oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Say, oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Sakara, atumbelo, atakara, atumbelo. Come on. Can I hear you scream? Oh, I will praise you, Lord, for your grace on my life. You have blessed me, oh Father, now I dance like a winner
I will
man.
praise you, Lord, for your grace on my life. You have blessed me, oh Father, now I dance.
So when you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
When you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
When you see me dance, I dance like a winner man.
When you see me dance, I dance like a
So
winner man.
when you see me step, I step like a winner man.
When you see me dance, I dance like a
So
winner man.
oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Say, 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 oh, winner man. Come on, say, oh, winner man.
Oh, winner man.
Are you a winner? Are you a winner?
Okay, good evening, Port Harcourt. Good evening, River State. Good evening, Nigeria. I'm here with some beautiful ladies, and I would like them to introduce themselves. Ma, can we meet you?
Okay, good evening. My name is Zenith, and I'm coming from CJC Market.
Okay, CJC Market. All right. What is CJC Market?
Actually, CJC Market is a forex brokerage firm. It is licensed with different accurate licenses. It is multi-regulated. Now, if you know about the forex market and you want to trade the forex market, you have to go through a brokerage firm. Now, CJC Market is a brokerage from New Zealand. It's not a Nigerian brokerage firm, so it is verified. So CJC Market provides technologies and a good platform for people to actually trade the forex market.
Okay. So when is this seminar starting officially?
Okay. CJC Market, what we are offering to people, why we came here today is because we're having a special seminar on the 17th of September 2021 by 11 p.m. We have different packages that we're willing to offer to people out there. Our trainings are for free, and after this seminar, we'll be ushering people into the trainings that will be starting the following Monday, because the 17th is going to be on a Friday. So on the following Monday, our free training will be starting, and our training will be lasting for 2 weeks. The first week will be our basic class, whereby we're teaching learners who do not have any idea about forex market, what the forex market is, how they can trade the forex market. The second week is going to be a practical class. It's actually for free too. Now we're going to teach people how to actually make money from trading the forex market.
Okay.
One good thing about CJC is that our trainings do not have any certificate. You do not need any qualification to actually learn how to trade the forex market. Now, even if you did not go to school and you just have an idea, or you just have an interest in this forex market you've been hearing about, you can actually come for CJC classes, our trainings, which is actually free. Our registration for the classes too are equally free.
Okay. Now, I think I'll need your second to talk to me.
Okay.
I think we need to interact a bit. Please, what's your name?
Okay, good afternoon, Port Harcourt. My name is Juliet from
Juliet.
CJC Market.
Okay, you're Juliet, right?
Yeah.
All right. Madam, I'd like to ask you, is there any risk involved in CJC Market? Because some people will say, there's no risk. Even life is a risk. So I need to know if there's a risk involved in this.
Okay, there is actually no risk involved except you want to be greedy. You understand?
Can you enlighten us?
Okay, the risk I mean is that if you want to venture into a business, first of all, you need to learn the nitty-gritty of the business, the do's and don'ts, and how you can actually navigate into that particular business for you to excel. So right now we are talking about CJC is a broker, and what we specialize in is to teach people how to trade. People who do not know how to trade, who don't have idea, but are interested or probably wanting to take forex trading business as their life business, because you can actually trade and make a living, pay your bills of forex trading. So what we do is that we teach people how to trade from the scratch, from the basic. It's a 2 weeks training. After the 2 weeks, then you can now also attend our mentorship and what's it called?
VIP and our fundamental classes.
VIP and our fundamental classes.
Okay,
other things.
Sorry, let me just drop this question. I think I don't want us to jump the gun into the next. I just wanted to take it one after the other. Okay. I want to find out, when is the seminar starting?
Okay, we are having our seminar on the 17th of September at our office, 193 Aba Road, just beside Emerald Hotel.
Okay, Emerald at Rumola?
Yes, just beside that Rumola bus stop.
Okay, now I want to ask, who can join this class?
Okay,
now is it limited to the literates and illiterates, as in those that have gone to school and graduated? Are they the ones that have the privilege to attend this class, or does it extend to the illiterates too?
Like I said earlier, you do not need any qualification as long as you can read. As long as you have the ability to read, you don't need any certificate, literate or literate. As long as you have the ability to read, you'll be taught how to trade the forex market. Another thing CJC market is bringing to the table, this one has to do with people who have the idea of trading already. We call it our weekly analysis. The forex market moves every day, but during the weeks it has a particular direction. Now we are inviting traders from any brokerage firm you are, any
different spheres of contacts, those selling the market, those
yes,
so they are free to join.
Yes, they are free to join. But this analysis is specified to people who can trade.
Okay.
Now we're inviting you for our weekly analysis.
Okay.
Now this is our weekly analysis. We're going to come together and analyze the forex market as it goes. And if you're a trader out there listening to us, if you use CJC Market as a brokerage firm to actually trade, we are giving you 100% bonus on every funding you do with CJC Market. And you know what funding is. If you're funding your account with $1,000 or $100, we are going to give you 100% bonus. That is doubling that account. And it also reflects on your margin level and your equity. So it's tradable. Another thing CJC Market does is that we give out free signals. We give out signals that you can actually use. You know, the forex market, you need something to actually trade. Some people don't know how to analyze, but they want to really trade the forex market. Exactly. We can help you with our signals to trade the forex market. We give out ebooks to our students that can help them read. We give them links to watch videos that can make them become experts in the forex market. And like she mentioned earlier, our fundamental classes. These fundamental classes, you're going to have one-on-one classes with our professional trainer. Now, this our trainer has been in the forex market for the past 10 years, so he's very good with what he does. So if he's teaching you, he's taking you directly on the classes. So if you're interested in joining our classes or the analysis, which is out for traders, or our signals, or you want to become a partner, there's a good offer. You can actually become a partner with CJC Market.
So you're saying in boldness now, with this boldness. So me now, I can just join you people.
Yes, now with my full chest.
Even as an OAP, I just
yes now. You don't. I'm not shaking. Nothing is happening. Just come. You can even be a partner with us since you're an OAP. You can be a partner. How does this work? CJC Market has a package whereby if you are introducing something we call IB, if you're an IB with CJC Market, and you bring people and they register with you, and they fund their life account and they are trading, you're making at least $5 a day from those people that are trading. You don't even need to trade. You just register them. If you know good traders, you just say, come use this brokerage firm. Once they are using your brokerage firm, they fund their life account. They are trading their own money. You are getting from what they are trading, and you are making your own money from what they are trading. You don't even need to trade. You don't even need to stress yourself.
So it's a stress-free kind of
yes.
So, because first of all, from your dress codes, when you were coming in,
I perceived. Let me leave it there. So, what can CJC do for Port Harcourt? Because we are almost behind time.
Okay.
What can CJC do for Port Harcourt before you call the phone number and the data? But just give us a tip of what CJC can do for the city of Port Harcourt. So anybody can.
Okay. CJC has looked into the issues of forex market and Port Harcourt or River State as a whole. People in River State or Port Harcourt have been through hell when they hear the forex market.
Yes,
so
because
when
of the
yes,
risks
so
involved.
when they hear forex market, everybody's carrying their slippers and they're running away because they do not want to have anything to do with forex trading. So CJC market has analyzed people's thinking. We've thought about how are people feeling about this forex trading. What they think, is it really what it is? So that is why we are organizing this our free classes. Now we're not telling you give us your money. Nobody's asking you for your money. Don't give us your money. Come and learn for free.
As in FOC.
Yes, come and learn totally for free how to trade the forex market by yourself. Now, most people have said, I've given somebody my money and he's supposed to pay me, supposed to do this, but the person ran away. All those stories. If you know what that person did with your money, you want to know how your money actually went. What happened with your money? Come to CJC Market Training. We are inviting you. It's for free. Our registrations are for free and our classes are for free.
Okay, so when is the date of this seminar?
Okay, I repeat again. Okay, let's have take it.
Go ahead.
Okay, the date for the seminar is 17th of September, 2000.
And I'm seeing 11 a.m. here.
Yes, it's 11 a.m.
So 11 a.m. Nigerian time.
Yes, Nigerian time.
Nigerian time.
Yes, 11 a.m.
Not African man time.
Not African man time.
17th of September.
Okay, 17th of September.
Yeah.
That is this coming
Friday.
Yeah.
Right?
Not this one, the next one.
Okay, the upper one.
Yeah. Friday. After this Friday, the next Friday.
Okay, that's 17th of September. Okay, and what's your name, Ma?
Zenith, like you said.
Zenith.
Yeah.
It is well. But what's your name, my sister?
My name is Juliet.
Okay, Juliet. So you can call your phone number so people can contact you.
Okay, for those that are interested to join our free training group, you can send PH to 070-670-16644. I can take that again. For the training, for our free forest training, send PH to 070-670-16644.
Sorry, call it again.
070-670-16644.
Yeah, so those people interested in the analysis, those traders out there that are listening to us that want to join us for our analysis, we're not saying leave your brokerage firm, because still be your brokerage firm, but just come and join us. Let us analyze the market together. Two heads are better than one. Send analysis to 070-670-16644.
Okay.
So if you're also interested in our signals too, and you think, oh, I'm a trader, but I'm not making much profit, I need someone to help and give us signals. Our signals are equally for free too. So just send signals to 070-670-16644.
In short, I'm in love with this phone number. So you're holding your seminar at Emerald Hotel.
No,
where?
The building beside the Emerald Hotel.
Okay, the building beside
that has
the
that
Emerald
big
Hotel.
photo studio banner.
Okay. So
193
it's
Abaru.
best you make it clear so they
Okay,
don't
if
miss
you're
their
coming
way.
for our seminars or our classes, you know, our office at 193 Aba Road, Rumola Junction. So if you know the Emerald Hotel, the building beside it, the two-story building beside it, that has this big photo studio banner. If you look beside the banner, you see CJC Market banner.
It's
beside
boldly
it.
written, right?
Yes, CJC Market banner. Just walk in. The front desk will attend to you.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
ladies. I'll be there.
Okay,
Live
no
and direct.
problem.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your time. All right. There you have it, City of Port Harcourt. And we'll be back in a bit.
Are you a winner? Are you a winner? Are you a winner? Come on, sir, you ready?
Amalem. Say, I come from far away, yo. Far one way. Na far away. Far away. Be forget about. Say, spiritual doctor. Native doctor don't come. I like this. Something they shock you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome everybody to Swagger Health Center. We don't come, we say we don't come now. Now your baby kill your native doctor, your prophetess, Mommy G.O. Native doctor Ude. This is my name. Over and out. I tell you, if you want to be a useless, you be a useless, useful, so that even if you don't useless, because you don't use usefully, we still be what a really famous. Oh, just over and out. I am a graduate from Marion some comprehensive college. Oh, just for Okanafon. I don't finish my masters. Now they do my PhD for Unam College Center. Before I go enter my doctorate. Over and out. I don't think I have time for free for nights. I don't know with my spiritual doctor. Tell them say don't show.
Hey yo, Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Aona Matabi. This is not the voice of the spiritual doctor.
Oh, yes.
Sept, the top one, radio boy, the Kakaraka Kokoroko one, the floggist. The floggist.
Where are your song day? Hallelujah. Bad spirit, get away from me now. Oh, yes.
That's song, yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now so the mattress view. We don't come, we say we don't come. We don't see movement. Just open your tongue, your pencil. We don't open our medicine hall. I don't enter bush, come back. Now, as you did now, open your tongue, your pen, and your pencil, and begin to jot down, nang. With the discussion, a sickness. With the name of the sickness, with the discussion, and something will be saying, Ibad way. This sickness. Now sickness what they call. See, I enter bush for now. Despite the fact that I go out on some university, I still bring myself down to Nale for enter bush. Make I get cure for this problem. As I talk that time, my name is Native Doctor Ude. The sickness of the discussion now. Career, a patrol if I. What's happened?
No, shall be Kaide Apatrophy.
You know the city name?
Kaidak Apatrophy.
Attack, Marie. See the kind name when you do a phone call and say, see, listen me. Anybody who will treat them, make it free freedom with me. Doesn't fear. If you want make him treat you, and make you come meet them. When you flock you will come meet me back. You understand me? What's with the treatment this evening? Now carry at Apatrophy.
Kind like that. Kaidak Apatrophy. I did the color at the Apatrophy.
Abe, carry. See, that's you know it for this way. Carry Apatrophy. Carry what? Apatrophy. Are you with me? He said, you see, now man tell you the extensive one is Apatrophy. We don't enter stage 2. Apatrophy. Now when they stage 1.
Now lie. Not be from the Apatrophy. Hypertrophy. I did the color. Cardiac Apatrophy.
See, may I tell you, no, this is what they do. They twist your tongue.
Every time you go there, all this your bush language. You know, so they say bush men and bush women. You know, so this.
May I tell you something? Listen to me. I know myself.
Okay.
I know my work.
Okay.
I know what I does upon me.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Oh yeah, this one what you call so. What be the sickness?
The sickness now when a particular person in your body, maybe your body go just your leg go swallow up, your leg go get proud, proud of life. Or you go big like say you don't match poison. You don't match poison. Or your hand or your neck. It gets some kind of place where we say you know supposed to be like that. You can't swallow up. You can't say you get pride. You know get pride. Now you say na cardiac hypertrophy or cardiac hypertrophy. They don't catch you.
No, cardiac hypertrophy.
I beg. Go sit down one side. You know if you know what
you see why they tell us someone go where they go treat on our way. They make treating at the leg. They say leg to reduce, you go over swell.
Hey, see you the talk. You know if you know that woman when we say go make a treat them. You know you see what I don't do am. I don't do something upon them.
Tell them
the woman I want to shock them. The woman will get headache.
Headache.
I beg no only fam because you know you don't want start to, you get lost in no be money, baby. It's not for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I bet the sickness with the discussion this evening. Na career hypertrophy.
Cardiac hypertrophy.
Or career hypertrophy. If you get person with sickness, you understand me? Maybe say you don't see I'm say the person neck, they swallow up, the person hand, they swallow up the leg, they swallow up. When they say I waiting they you match poison or they give you poison, make you drink. Person belay yours they swallow up like say you don't give belay and a man. You can't ask who give this man belay. I ain't know that like that before. Now career hypertrophy. You understand me? That is the person sickness. If you don't, like I talk that time, that first time, the first stage na career hypertrophy. Then you go into stage 2. That means now deadly something. We don't become career hypertrophy. Are you with me?
Cardiac hypertrophy, not be cardiac hypertrophy. If now you write medical this thing yourself, you go
see.
Spoil everything.
Make I tell you, I don't see. You know, see when I enter bush, something tell me say if you don't, they yours you because the treatment people pass them.
I see when you pass my corner now, my church that they move. I say when this one they carry it to left leg, they walk we slippers. Like say you know where you they go.
Before when see, man, I tell you know say it took a courage. It took a courage upon me to enter bush. Enter bush, come back, carry hip. I carry hip. Came back upon the wall. They can't tell me say where they carry left leg they go. Because nobody can't tell me last week, man, I give you hip, make you mix them with cane and pepper, flog my man with all. You think say I know ready? You think say I know ready? See, man, I say also you they copy me. You they even peep when I they miss my hip. Then when I they miss my hip.
They miss your hip.
See, make I know even waste time I beg because I know waiting I come this my work condo. I know come work this work to come they talk they argue with person when no even know in Europe. I go around on song. I leave all those my decree. I say for now, let them wait upon me. Let me enter bush. Treat this my people. See, now the mattress we don't carry comes over this evening. This is where Swagger Head Center. You get person wicked career attrape or this one.
Cardiac
I beg excuse me. You get person wicked career hypertrophy. That's stage 2. But if na career hypertrophy, that means na stage 1. That means he need to treatment him. If he doesn't want him to treatment you, I call him because he don't know in Europe. It should come upon me and I'll treat upon you. Are you with me? Our Ojibo doctor, he say go come. We don't talk for fun. He say they come. Yeah. So but me, I can give a cures upon it. If for my spiritual what thing you they talk about? But what does you say? What thing is me?
Your cure. Your cure now is smell.
Come on here. You sabi your work. You know if you sabi something. I tell you, I don't tourism around the world. You know how we go to Togo last week. I know if you tell you.
You go where?
Togo.
Oh, Togo.
Yes.
Soon I go to you go.
No, I go Togo. Okay. Go treatment person.
Oh wow.
We get listen, acquire
He survive.
Just now. Always say I don't first don't crackish. I say no drink the thing way. Now in this way for me say no go better. I tell them say now you no go better for because I know my work. Oh, but thing with me, I say I collect my money, collect my boat tickets. Because they say they want put me for flight. I say I fear to fly. Make I enter boat.
Now what? Who they may where somebody come me say they get pain for back. Pain in back they pain now. Who they may
this is what I'm talking now. This is see.
He give the
look upon me.
Look upon you.
Look upon me.
Are you? Huh? Are you? We can buy this guy.
Look upon me.
Who they make
look upon my eyeball. Look upon my eyeball and tell me what you saw. I will consume him with love. I will consume him with love.
Live that your love. Much back love.
Oh yeah, disgrace yourself now. Disgrace yourself.
Somebody will tell the man say he get back pain. He back the pain. When would they may treat this woman finish? Now hunchback, the woman take off for it.
The woman not position him back way.
The woman back swell up. Like will get a cardiac hypertrophy.
Now because the woman not position.
Now me help the woman no. You know, say for my corner here, they call it solution grant. If you get any cacarocious problem, as you bring and come, when I flog you.
Make I tell you, this is where you the talk. You just the talk waiting, you know if you know. Now me they tell you say the treatment no with the rule. Now better treatment. Our Ojibo doctor don't came upon us. You understand me? Rotobobo have come upon the decent Swagger Head Center. You know say I be the tell now. Where Rotobobo head cent. He hate cent. Where he hate cent day. Make him where he hate cent. Because this thing now very serious mattress. I dey tell people of Barakot say this mattress as you dey now. Dr. Wobo now don't wear hate scent. The scent where you don't wear for hate. It means say you want control us.
English, not be your
Think they worry
mate.
you.
Head scent.
No be head sense be that.
Eh?
Yeah, come on here. Come in one. No be head sense be that. You don't do so upon he said same way.
Doctor, quarrel dey for inside our two.
Yes.
This thing.
Dr. Wobo, you say this man. I don't dey plan to sack him. I want to sack his upon
He
him.
wants sack a spiritual doctor.
Yes, because your work, your medicine no dey work.
If I flog that, your shrine.
Forget about. I will know you, Dr. Wobo. Tell them say you don't came. Say you don't upon with me.
Good evening, Port Harcourt people.
Yes.
Thank you for tuning in to 95.1
Yes.
Today FM,
Hey,
the radio of the people.
I dey tell you.
Where they give the information
I tell you.
that is supposed to be heard.
You know
Thank you
the
so
thing
much.
there.
So I want to greet the other doctors. I don't want to say unqualified doctor.
All of us are qualified.
I know my yours.
All of us are
First of all,
qualified.
Udeme,
Ne?
I greet you.
I greet you in a native
And
way.
then Esavik, I greet you. But I people don't tell I don't come to the studio. Now I do
you
here
don't
today.
tell.
We go do more education.
You don't take.
Thank
See,
you.
Doctor. You don't say on our own that they miss this and that and this, that and this and that. But waiting with a treat now. This is a very serious matter. Like this, waiting that they tell them say with the sickness. Eh? It is I tell them say now, cardiac hypertrophy. That is stage 2. But the first stage, na cardiac
He shock you.
hypertrophy.
He shock you. He shock you.
But are you upon me?
He
You
shock.
listen me?
I dey try to put
Understand.
I don't have to put myself in order.
No,
Because as he talk, like throw me off balance.
Waiting they throw you. No, but waiting me and you discussion.
He sweep
No,
you off
no,
your face.
no, Dr. Bobo, doesn't we have a closed door upon the meeting?
We will have closed door upon the if they need to give the information they will talk am.
Narai, see waiting I hear for bush. I
Even here I'm inside bush.
Those things for your bush, you no go school.
Marie, see, Dr. Bobo.
Okay.
Waiting at the top, my people upon them. Carry a patrol fight. That's this one.
Well,
Wait,
I think I want to make Victor. Victor pronounce am so that I go hear.
That's in
I go understand.
cardiac hypertrophy.
That resemble us small. That is very good.
No, my own are the spiritual. I'm not going to talk at the way you talk your own now. The way that they tell me, as for inside sleep, as I dey sleep, they call explain it to me.
If I sleep, now you just talk nonsense. Doctor, told us upon the mattress, what thing they call it.
Okay. Cardiac hypertrophy.
You don't say I'm
Now this is not hypertrophy. Hypertrophy. I cannot be key.
Now base you they sing. He mean they sing so.
Now the key. Now the key one you use different from the key what I use now. At the same place to buy our keyboard.
See, man, I tell you, waiting me, I don't tell my person them. The one we make I treat them. They will call upon the show. This was what I center. I go treat me them, collect my money, put it inside my upon my pocket. I don't tell them say now, cardiac, a patrol fight, then stage 2. So those are the year way. A patrol yeah. Forget
Okay.
about.
No be of ya for Kanafo.
No problem. See, I know say I want to ask my doctor now. No, you are sure you know if be my doctor. You're courage for this medicine work.
Your forest they deceive you. And they tell you things well.
May not be like that. I just make people not listen upon your voice.
Okay.
You go just tell us within no Mr. doesn't knows the causes of this hypertrophy. Even him, they even told them. You go just told us.
I don't. I dey listen to you as they come.
Yeah.
I want correct the misinformation we don't give finish.
Now him, I mean, my own information.
Especially you. Misinformation.
No problem. I want to go doctor. Offer upon you.
Okay.
Go and out.
Thank you. Now when we say cardiac, we dey talk about heart. When we say hypertrophy, we dey say something done big. So when you come Adam, cardiac hypertrophy, means say the heart, it don't dey big. More than normal.
Don't they get pride?
If not only pride, you know say they blow, they big like a balloon.
Can you imagine that?
So the heart don't big.
They don't big.
More than normal. We don't say we can't call them cardiac hypertrophy.
Hypertrophy.
That's just a big name, cardiac. Anytime we hear hypertrophy, something don't big.
Something don't big.
All those small children, we say they don't get mind. You your party tell them something, they're going to do so. Junior, do this. You know, agree. So you don't get cardiac hypertrophy.
As a domain and they get mind. They bring things from inside bush.
They shout for us.
You don't get bush hypertrophy.
You need to see doctor for treatment. Okay, you cannot treat yourself.
Oh, I know if you confusion me. I know my bush. My bush know me.
Okay. And they come back to you.
Yes,
now we say cardiac hypertrophy. Waiting they cause them. Person had to go just like that. They big. No. One of the things if you cause this cardiac hypertrophy, I don't explain now. Now hypertension. Our hypertension, they can wait to be hypertension first. Hypertension be say the person blood pressure. It don't be higher than normal. For example, normal blood pressure they around 110 or 100 to about 120, 125, 130. They go past there for the upside. Then for the downside, around 60 to 70. You don't go past there. So, but the time where your own, the up one don't pass 130, 135, they climb, they go. The down one don't pass 70, they climb, they go 100. The person don't get hypertension. That means say the tension within inside that blood vessel, where they like pipe, where they carry blood, it don't increase. And as it don't increase, the heart go go to work more. They call it increased force. You go to work more so that you go feel they push the blood, they go give the tissues of the body, the heart, the brain, the stomach, every part of the body, we need blood. So because of that increased pressure, you know now, if you they carry weight lifting every day, what will happen?
The muscle go call the hype. They go call the
muscle. Not the muscle.
Wait, you don't get that.
The muscle.
Wait first, you get that.
The muscle now call the hypertrophy.
Good. So you don't get what they call because of increased pressure on that muscle. You don't get what they call muscular hypertrophy.
Don't even cannot know this one.
So now the same thing they happen for heart because they not by going to bush. If you go bush lost
for them.
They carry you. So now because of that increased pressure for heart, the heart they increase. You know, it's a muscle, cardiac muscle. It become stronger, thicker, bigger, so that thing go they perform that function. As soon they do like that now, it go to they call loss of function. You go feed pump blood again from heart failure, from hypertension. You don't enter left ventricular hypertrophy. Hypertrophy, you don't go feel compensate again. You don't fail. Heart failure.
You see, all those people where they get big chest for club, they call bouncer. They get cardiac hypertrophy.
No.
Not the big the heart. When they have the big, the chest will call the big.
Wait first. Those people where they get big chest, those bouncers. Now wait, did they carry now?
Now the heart got the big one.
That be heart.
Okay, now chest,
muscle.
Not be chest.
I didn't say it be bouncer. You bouncer.
I just the bounce. I'm a bouncing baby boy. I'm not a bouncer.
So those people now their chest, just ordinary chest, but this is talking now. Waiting they happen
inside.
In fact, you know go see cardiac hypertrophy with your eye. You need to do investigation like X-ray or ECG or some other investigation where you will take look inside like echocardiography, look inside, what happen to the heart. Now waiting now where you could take see hypertrophy. But most people they figure hypertrophy, they no go know.
Okay.
But they get some kind symptom.
We go come upon them.
We go come upon them.
So I don't put on my English.
I don't influence doctor without this bush language.
I'm my bush knowledge.
No, at least they say you go learn from everybody.
Exactly.
You go learn from everybody. So I don't collect that one. The symptom where they come upon them.
Exactly.
Yes. For example, chest pain.
Okay.
And the part where the pain at the left side. Where the heart
is. Happen to some people way. You better say they choke the person pain. Is it
some of them, and I make it sometimes. Not everybody want to do exercise today for Port Harcourt. You need to come everywhere, every food in the morning.
Yes.
You know, people will get heart problem. If they not check themselves, they feel collapse.
Okay.
Where did they do that? Exercise, rigorous exercise. That's why it's good to check yourself. Be sure that you don't have hypertension. Be sure that you don't have a cardiac problem for putting pressure. Because if you put pressure for the heart, by exercise, what will happen? You go affect the blood supply to the heart, then pain. Severe, some of them if you get that severe, just collapse, faint, If somebody no contact, can't rush them to stay, then they feel from there. Go final come out for the head. So they're very important. So chest pain, where they pain you for the left side of your chest, if they go up towards your neck. If they go for back, make you know they look like say nothing be that. You need to move to go find out what thing they happen to that chest. One. Then number 2, shortness of breath. They do like say you don't tire. You know if you breathe well, you have a cardiac problem, most especially. So you have to go and sort it out. So all of these things. Maybe when people begin to see I'm like a headache, severe headache, the person blood pressure they very high. Maybe don't they climb. In fact, you get people who don't come meet me. I don't check their blood pressure. I shout. Some people they as high as 200, over 100, 190, over 90. But that can't difficult stroke now. That can't difficult severe headache. Some people know they check their blood pressure. They go tell you say, waiting that they check blood pressure for. Hypertension is not my portion. No. You must check your blood pressure at least once a month. If you are less than 40. If you are bigger than 40, older than 40, at least every week. Check your blood pressure. And then if you then don't tell you, say you get hypertension, my brother, you need to treat them. Maybe say I get them before. If you get hypertension, you must be on anti-hypertensive. You must be taking your drug. Because if you don't take your drug and you get hypertension, you go overwork the heart. When you overwork the heart, you go get this problem with the stroke, hypertrophy. And when hypertrophy continue, you no treat them, what will happen? Heart go fail. When heart don't fail, everything don't fail. But now the heart they pump the blood. Yes.
Okay, so now that's 9 the cost upon it. Okay, people of Korak swagger center patient. You're not listening to Dr. Wobo, 9 million Jibo doctor. On I go choose upon on a safe, which one I want to make it treat on a guy. Me, I get treatment for career hypertrophy. You understand me? I mean, I deal with stage 2, stage 1, now small begin where I now hypertrophy, now they treat. And you would me a cop. So I'm going to call the phone number now. I am going to send a text messages to the distant in Corridor. Then the call. See, if you know that you want to come and talk, say I doesn't go better school. Talk to Dr. Bob, doesn't talk about me and doesn't want a problem. Let me go just call the phone number 0817 0000951 0810951091. WhatsApp and text me 070 1933996. That's the English version. Apart from version now of this phone number now 0887
0817
0000
951
0880
0810 951 951.
That's for the call number. You know, say get person who get a career hypertrophy. Then 070
0701
939
962.
That is it. Over and out.
Very important if they follow the call the number because I for no fit follow. Because
you know why you get where she call about 2 times. 9 by
what better?
Ita na 2 now. Eba. Ita.
Eba.
Ita na 3. Listen me.
Nobody like Eba.
Like now if you say the name of God. No problem. See, the thing where we can never stone them something now because I just my bush the time say man calm down.
96 Eba.
See. My patient. My patient, I'm gonna no face. Go your listen. See, I'm gonna just call now. People don't they call. See, Dr. Bobo they ye. In short, I'm gonna talk to them because I want that bush. Hello.
Hello, good evening, Health Center.
Thank you, welcome.
Native Doctor Ude.
Ude. Native Doctor Ude, name be my name.
Ude.
Oh, yes.
Dr. Selfie.
Selfie.
And the doctor.
Okay. Oh wow.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm digital.
Evening.
Digital selfie.
And to talk about the network. The mental illness because today I don't. Today they call the name of the sickness. They bring more to sicknesses. So wait is the cause that according to the message about
no live with the follow the real people. The man will lead you astray.
What did they call that trophy?
Even the woman don't know this trophy here will collect.
Come, Teddy. Teddy.
This trophy.
Because of you, that digital.
This trophy where digital will collect, so not collect them more. Doctor, talk to Ram.
Doctor, I'm going down bush.
Thank you.
Doctor, what did they call that thing?
Abatrophia.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, don't make me now. No say trophy there for the day.
Not be smart, you know. Now they think I'm.
What you
don't get trophy.
You don't win.
Your heart got big.
You don't win the sickness. I don't give you award. Well, award, I give you trophy. Thank you. So, Udeme, you have to go send you go outside your bush. You can go consult. He don't say I'm not say if you win trophy from sickness. Now, this hypertrophy, as I mentioned before, now say the heart don't big, it don't enlarge. Let me say big can win something, but say you don't enlarge. Hypertension, don't worry the heart where the heart they try to compensate. I see they compensate, they pump blood, I see they pump blood. The heart they big. Now waiting be the hypertrophy. So when you get hypertension, you know 3 times. You could get what they call left ventricular hypertrophy. You go see them for investigation, for X-ray, for ECG, for echocardiography. You know, go say you don't see person for face to face, say you get them. And that thing again, if you happen to people who get them, apart from this, I don't explain. You go they call palpitation. The palpitation. You know, as your heart they beat now, you know, your heart they beat. But palpitation is awareness of the heartbeat. As you sit down, your heart will beat. Like say something, you know, when something make you in the fear, your heart they beat very fast. Now, palpitation, even arrest, as you did, nothing don't scare you, no exercise, you're just on your own. And before you know, your heart they beat very fast, palpitation. So people will get heart problem, that could also be a symptom. So I hope I don't answer that question within the cause of hypertrophy.
See, corners, make on not forget for say time don't go because you know say doctor na PC, I know so we get 15 minutes before the show. So on a go ask them sharp. Okay, no, before they make doctor call the phone number. So that in case you want to call upon him, they can call upon him in case of trouble. Call your phone number.
Who they do phone number business? I want just commit us. We treat you. Go.
No, I know so now we go.
Then they go call upon me.
In case of trouble. Call them your phone number.
Okay, 0813 700, that's 700 5758. I know the person they find biro, they find pen. I go call them again, make you write and down. 0813 700 5758.
Now what's your Instagram handle and your Facebook and this upon the page? Talk to me,
smelling like English upon the age, upon the dish.
Yeah, let me talk to my learned colleague.
Talk upon me, Mba.
Learned colleague from Odo. I don't know university.
University where everybody now drop out.
Talk upon me,
For Instagram, my name is Wobo_Emmanuel at Instagram.com. For Instagram, I wear suit. I wear ash suit. We get.
Doctor Wobo, actually, they say me you put that suit. We don't tell you say me you put that suit.
Ash suit we get black. You know, black.
That suit now.
With the purple tie.
How can you be carrying that suit?
Now,
4 years ago,
now the minister will go on.
No, the man can never change that picture. Anywhere else, Facebook mistakenly delete that picture with governor. They will sue that sue Mark Zuckerberg. Why will you do that? You go delete software. So trophy what they made not collect to start with governor. The only trophy. You go mistakenly delete her. You will hear problem. You go hear popular radio presenter follow the man sue the governor of
sue
Mark Zuckerberg for mistakenly deleting her trophy.
I was telling you something. It's your Facebook, Dr. Woko. What be your Facebook name?
My Facebook name. Imawobo. As Facebook.
You know, we wear singlet.
I wear shoe. Wait now. I wear black suit, white shirt, with pink tie.
If let's say Dr. Wobo na Dr. Pinky. Dr. Pinky. You know, so all of us get title. The men are spiritual doctor, the pimple for your face. So Dr. Wobo na Dr. Wobo, the Pinky. And we have a small matter. Dr. Wobo and pink. Even now, I wear pink shoe.
Hey, it is well.
Good.
What can they write yours do? Pink tie.
Somebody saying don't follow you for Instagram or Dr. Pink.
Okay.
See, if I know that today, I'm going to do you something.
You know that.
Hi. Okay, see, people don't for we don't come this man, they come.
Now you come, so we don't come.
Hi, we get this message for you.
That's message, yeah. Good evening, native doctor and the spiritual doctor and our confirmed doctor. So we will not confirm.
Okay, you confirm.
Instead, this is a diplomatic Niger Delta man. I have somebody that is suffering from hypertake. Everything is talk here now. So I don't know the one we discuss on our next week discussion. Hypertake.
Okay.
So doctor, in get person. So
nobody they get in phone number.
more now call doctor.
They go call them. Because time don't they go. Oh yeah, speed another one again. So
the other one they say make you know next time you know they pronounce the sickness again. They say I beg either spiritual doctor or original doctor. Now you go they pronounce and say because anytime you pronounce you they confuse them.
This small thing. Career patrol.
Native doctor. He said native doctor, spiritual doctor, and the main doctor. This is the pattern they like. Main. Let's say we know main.
You don't know anything about. See, no book and me.
See this one.
I don't know some.
They say good evening. He said, Abeg, Udeme, can you please spell that your own sickness? What you they call?
That's nothing.
Say bless. Say no, they with no rhyme with the one when doctor, the main doctor they call. Say maybe you are trying to tell us a different thing, but we never know. So spare your.
That's the smart thing when we say. If when I go, I don't know something. Don't spell it now. CAHDIEZAE Cardiac Apatrophia HYPATRUFAI Apatrophia stage 2.
You don't win the trophy.
I don't.
You have your trophy.
Doctor, talk upon me.
Yes.
Say, man, I tell you, I go school. You know about me, and I knows you. My bush knows me, I knows my bush. Are you with me? Then be written 081700000951. 0810951091. WhatsApp and text message 07019339962. If you get person we get cardiac apatrophia, just call his phone number now. Sure, doctor, call your phone number again because now you be the main person for this show. Call your phone number again.
Okay.
I don't want to kill them. You say I don't know. You understand me? Just call your phone number.
0813 700 5758.
Okay. That is the phone number I can reach Dr. Wobo. No go there say no, you can't call and say, I'm a fan of Today after from this station, upon this station, he's a businessman. You carry your money, go for treatment. Once now they may send me. I don't think send you. Carry your money for pocket. Are you with me? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, before we pick call, if you know say your birthday not today, happy birthday. Spiritual, you get person when you get birthday.
I get a person when today I'm birthday. In fact, Dr. Abiye Okushaba. Happy birthday to you. Okay. We're celebrating birthday surprise today. Okay. Then tomorrow na my second papa birthday. Tomorrow. And I'm birthday. No say we no go day tomorrow.
We don't on Friday now. We go play song for them now.
We will play song upon Friday.
On Friday.
Na darling man no go wound down. We say upon carry song knock upon.
Now go play for them now. If you no sabi dance, especially in come work upon. See, I want to celebration. Doctor, you get person do birthday today.
Now I get it.
Okay, okay. You know, so that I want your wife shout out, but he doesn't send me the name upon the phone.
You want shot for your wife.
You want shot upon her.
You want shot for her.
You understand me?
Thank you.
See, Papa Isaac Wally. Now one old man, he said, "Say they follow this show, saying like Today FM way." So I said, "I'll give a shot and make him belay sweet down." Papa Isaac Wally, Daddy God will bless you. And Mr. and Mrs. Kenneth, God will bless on her too. Now so we go do so make gonna carry this song. When they come back, Sefi, does we have this message and
this message will come, consign the treatment, but it bless now waiting first happen from the beginning of the program.
Okay,
so you go hear it later.
More play this song. Mr. Moses side Awo, Mr. Papa Isaac Wally,
side
Mr. and Mrs. Kenneth, Mr. Moses side Awo. Now make him that one.
Okay.
now the both man will carry me come home yesterday instead of my fan too. So I call put side Awo. When they come back, shake your waist to see month of September no be you. When they come back, first no way.
He's the King of Kings. He's the mighty warrior. Oh, praise His name. He's the Almighty Father. This song of praise I bring to you.
That's the God you serve. When you cool, that's the God you want.
That's the God you serve. When you cool, that's the God you want.
On your mind, that's the God you serve. When you cool, that's the God you are.
On your mind, that's the God you serve. When you cool,
somebody say, on your mind, that's the God you serve. When you cool, that's the God you are.
Okay, we don't come back from that short market. Spiritual, read that message upon me now.
The message when enter here. Somebody say, Udeme. Truly, English not be your calling at all. He said, I nearly fell from my chair due to laughter as I listened to you as you fumble. You fumble your way through that forest interview what you do. He said, in fact, I feel visualize your sweat, how you sweat profusely upon say AC. They inside the office where you did. Oma from Port Harcourt, nice.
I don't suspend that.
But you don't say be the sweat. I'm sorry for you. Your hair got a soak.
I know that for free. Ingo, so far hello?
Doctor.
This is me. Oh, fun. I'm going to Swagaya Center. My doctors, then they
Please, doctor, hear you.
It's why.
Our original dog, actually for you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes, so the confirmed doctor.
Come, don't do. We should be the first time call original. Now it confirm. We know confirm.
No confirm.
You know who confirm the name.
I don't know some. Now what's happened? You know if you get credit.
You don't get confirm credit.
No. I just want to confirm doctor clients. You don't get credit. You see, I said doctor clients, you don't get credit. Who's the one day? So I don't got. Okay, make you drive the sign. You go ahead. Don't go to free though. Because the swagger is
Good evening.
No,
nothing doctor.
This is me over and out.
Abba no day. We have the Abba day.
That's why I meant that way call. I understand that medicine. It's not Papa Joe.
If you come medicine.
What they do because when I did from waiting to that road where they got quite boom. The motor come do like this. As the motor one fall, another trailer come fall. Now in my heart come do boom. If I pray there, Papa is there, come enter my heart. I don't know whether that one where it falls, make there till now. I never get my.
I think you get Dr. Bobo number.
I love me getting my call.
No, maybe not.
The time I can't drink something.
But you write
something.
Wait now,
So patient,
you write the number, and then they find a patient. You write the number down. Okay.
My grandpicking say not me like that. Say my own patrol there inside of
No, you know what?
Don't worry, we don't know our son. We'll help you out. Don't worry yourself.
See, people about
No, this person say, Sept, abeg, no dey allow Udeme to dey call that ayeye cure. Make she no call that cure for us today. Benjamin from Igruta, make doctor give us cure, original doctor, before they may go miss things for us. Then
he said the patient no get patient.
He no get patient.
Doctor, somebody say want check the something for online. Say make you help am spell the re-spelling well, so that he go just get more. Say because he no person when they say one confound and the read where they worry the person be that.
Okay, cardiac spell CARDIAC.
Okay.
Cardiac. Then hypertrophy HYPER TROPHY. Cardiac hypertrophy. In fact, if you use any of the search, really enter cardiac. By the time you don't type HY, it will show you everything. You just choose.
All right, Pearl. Hope so you don't hear the spelling, because now you send that one come.
Pale, you don't get them. Hey, make you look on the pale. Understand me? So as you then now, we go the big cup, cause time don't they go. But me gonna get Dr. Bobo number. Go after I go enter bush and go get chance. I'm inside you. As the mattress be now. Okay, we get for you.
Yeah, mess for enter.
Okay, still.
What in the aluku sickness?
Now when you get sickness of look to look person, you look
now
person
you
wife.
be doctor.
You look person wife free.
They say doctor.
They say you look. What's it the aluku? Not be native sickness with that.
Can you do that?
You say what?
Aluku sickness coffee.
Aluku sickness coffee.
Dr. Bobo, offer for you because I don't come on table.
Cause is this one? We no study this one.
More read Dr. Bobo.
Talk to your patient.
The doctor patient will come back. Eh? We don't come back. Wait, stay here.
Okay, talk to yourself. See, don't let anybody stop the blessing. Say neighbor. No, your neighbor didn't hear you. Say neighbor, I am blessed. Are you ready? Say, I am blessed. Say, I am blessed. I am blessed.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.